Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warminjo neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz. Our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. Four academic blocks house engineering, business management, and computer application programs, ensuring a conducive environment for academic growth. Imagine creative spaces like an amphitheater, open air stage, and a lively student square, fostering self expression and talent development. Refuel at our well equipped coffee shop and full fledged canteen offering nutritious meals. Late night cravings? We have got you covered with the Lassi Corner. Prioritizing physical well being, our campus boasts excellent sports infrastructure promoting holistic student development. At SJEC, experience a unique blend of academic excellence, creative spaces, and a connection with nature. Study and grow in a place that values both intellect and personal development. Join us for a vibrant academic journey surrounded by greenery and inspiring infrastructure. Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warminjo neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz. Our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. Four academic blocks house engineering, business management, and computer application programs, ensuring a conducive environment for academic growth. Imagine creative spaces like an amphitheater, open air stage, and a lively student square, fostering self expression and talent development. Refuel at our well equipped coffee shop and full fledged canteen offering nutritious meals. Late night cravings? We have got you covered with the Lassi Corner. Prioritizing physical well being, our campus boasts excellent sports infrastructure promoting holistic student development. At SJEC, experience a unique blend of academic excellence, creative spaces, and a connection with nature. Study and grow in a place that values both intellect and personal development. Join us for a vibrant academic journey surrounded by greenery and inspiring infrastructure. Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warminjo neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz. Our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. Four academic blocks house engineering, business management, and computer application programs, ensuring a conducive environment for academic growth. Imagine creative spaces like an amphitheater, open air stage, and a lively student square, fostering self expression and talent development. Refuel at our well equipped coffee shop and full fledged canteen offering nutritious meals. Late night cravings? We have got you covered with the Lassi Corner. Prioritizing physical well being, our campus boasts excellent sports infrastructure promoting holistic student development. At SJEC, experience a unique blend of academic excellence, creative spaces, and a connection with nature. Study and grow in a place that values both intellect and personal development. Join us for a vibrant academic journey surrounded by greenery and inspiring infrastructure. Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warminjo neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz.
Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious educational group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust, has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Blissfully located at the edge of Bangalore city, the institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Yeah, dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Bangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It is a campus with over 9 acres of land spread with world class infrastructure, laboratories, well experienced faculties, and state of art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream. Education is the key to unlock the world. Our vision is to ensure quality higher education and to enable stakeholders to face the contemporary challenges of the world with courage, confidence, and commitment. World class infrastructure, Research and Innovation Center, world class digital classrooms, and experienced teaching fraternity. Our forensic department is well equipped with modern technology. World class library. A college library is the central hub of research and study. Placement and internships.
The Training and Placement Department at Soundarya Institute of Management and Science offers a varied range of skill-based programs to all the streams such as commerce, management, computer application, forensic science, law. Our programs such as internships and learn while you earn gives a hands-on experience to students.
Sports facilities. We hold top position for sports under Bangalore University. Well-equipped multi-gym, where we sweat and grow stronger together, forging lasting friendships in every rep. Extracurricular activities. Through friendship and memories. Soundarya Group of Institutions. Soundarya Nagar, Nagasandra Post, Bangalore 560073. www.simsbangalore.com. Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious educational group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust, has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Blissfully located at the edge of Bangalore city, the institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Here, dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Bangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It is a campus with over 9 acres of land spread with world class infrastructure, laboratories, well experienced faculties, and state of art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream. Education is the key to unlock the world. Our vision is to ensure quality higher education and to enable stakeholders to face the contemporary challenges of the world with courage, confidence, and commitment. World class infrastructure, Research and Innovation Center, world class digital classrooms, and experienced teaching fraternity. Our forensic department is well equipped with modern technology. World class library. A college library is the central hub of research and study. Placement and internships.
The Training and Placement Department at Soundarya Institute of Management and Science offers a varied range of skill-based programs to all the streams such as commerce, management, computer application, forensic science, law. Our programs such as internships and learn while you earn gives a hands-on experience to students.
Sports facilities. We hold top position for sports under Bangalore University. Well-equipped multi-gym, where we sweat and grow stronger together, forging lasting friendships in every rep. Extracurricular activities. True friendship and memories. Soundarya Group of Institutions. Soundarya Nagar, Nagasandra Post, Bangalore 560073. www.simsbangalore.com. Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious educational group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust, has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Blissfully located at the edge of Bangalore city, The institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Here, dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Bangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It is a campus with over 9 acres of land spread with world class infrastructure, laboratories, well experienced faculties, and state of art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream. Education is the key to unlock the world. Our vision is to ensure quality higher education and to enable stakeholders to face the contemporary challenges of the world with courage, confidence, and commitment. World class infrastructure, Research and Innovation Center, world class digital classrooms, and experienced teaching fraternity. Our forensic department is well equipped with modern technology. World class library. A college library is the central hub of research and study. Placement and internships.
The Training and Placement Department at Soundarya Institute of Management and Science offers a varied range of skill-based programs to all the streams such as commerce, management, computer application, forensic science, law. Our programs such as internships and learn while you earn gives a hands-on experience to students.
Sports facilities. We hold top position for sports under Bangalore University. Well-equipped multi-gym, where we sweat and grow stronger together, forging lasting friendships in every rep. Extracurricular activities. True friendship and memories. Soundarya Group of Institutions. Soundarya Nagar, Nagasandra Post, Bangalore 560073. www.simsbangalore.com. Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious educational group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust, has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Blissfully located at the edge of Bangalore city, the institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education, and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Here, dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Bangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It is a campus with over 9 acres of land spread with world class infrastructure, laboratories, well experienced faculties, and state of art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream. Education is the key to unlock the world. Our vision is to ensure quality higher education and to enable stakeholders to face the contemporary challenges of the world with courage, confidence, and commitment.
Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warmanjur neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz. Our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. Four academic blocks house engineering, business management, and computer application programs, ensuring a conducive environment for academic growth. Imagine creative spaces like an amphitheater, open air stage, and a lively student square, fostering self expression and talent development. Refuel at our well equipped coffee shop and full fledged canteen offering nutritious meals. Late night cravings? We have got you covered with the Lassi Corner. Prioritizing physical well being, our campus boasts excellent sports infrastructure promoting holistic student development. At SJEC, experience a unique blend of academic excellence, creative spaces, and a connection with nature. Study and grow in a place that values both intellect and personal development. Join us for a vibrant academic journey surrounded by greenery and inspiring infrastructure. Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene
A very warm and enlightening morning, everyone. Okay, welcome to day 2 of our knowledge workshop, MANTHAN 2025, 17th edition, proudly organized by FKCCI. We kicked off the journey yesterday with an impactful knowledge workshop 1, where
just to give you a quick recap, uh, yesterday we had more than 750 students who had participated in the first knowledge workshop 1. We had our core committee members, office bearers, who did address the audience. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to know more about what Manthan platform had provided for the participants in the past. We had Dr. Rajdeep Manwani, who gave us insights on what does it take to be an entrepreneur. Mr. Prashant spoke about evaluating your idea for viability and how to achieve proof of concept, followed by our own committee member, CA Shravan, spoke about financial game plan, revenue growth, and cash flow. So yesterday, MC was Madam CA Shubha Ganesh, and today we have with us CA Shashikala, who will be the MC for the day. And you can know more about brand and social media marketing, components of business plan, and how to prepare a business plan. And also, we have a couple of month-end winners also to share their experience. Also, about success story by the startup, Madam Vandana Suri is going to be here. Investor expectations from business plans, we have a panel discussion. So this is agenda for the day. Yesterday, we have received a couple of feedback on what are the other expectations from participants. We are going to collate even today's and yesterday's feedback and ensure that those insights will be shared with you in Knowledge Workshop 3, right? So thank you once again. Also, I would take this platform to recognize our title sponsor, Mysore Sandal Soaps, and also St. Joseph's Engineering College, Vamanjur, JV Global Training and Recruitment Organization, and Soundarya Group of Institutions for sponsoring. Also, thanks to all my core committee members, Co-Chair Mr. Ankur Basin, Vice Chair CA Shubha Ganesh, Mr. Kirtan Kumar, Mr. Abhishek, Rahul B. Goel, Shravan, Pranam, Madan, Robert Kutina, Pramod D'Souza, Vincent D'Souza, Shashikala, and Hari Kumar for being with me throughout month in 17th edition. Also, thanks to office bearers, President, my dear advisor, Dr. C.A.I.S. Prasad, for their constant support and guidance. Thank you. Wishing each one of you all the best. Thank you.
thank you, Tejashri. Okay, let's move on to our first topic for the day, brand and social media marketing. We all know that this is the era of social media. So, how does we target the social media or establish marketing via social media platforms? To brief on the same, we have panel discussion moderated by Shri CA Shravan Gudutur. On the panel, we have Mr. Advait Duddu, Ms. Akshita Maitri Ashok, and Ashutosh Anand. May I request CA Shravan to bring the panelist on the dais, please? I request CA Shravan to introduce the panelists and continue with the session.
Check. A very good morning, everyone. So, as we kickstart day two of the Knowledge Series workshop of MANTHAN, the 17th edition, the first session that is lined up for today is a panel discussion, as our MC mentioned, on brand and social media marketing. Well, we have three eminent personalities, three A's: Akshata, Advait, and Ashutosh, who have aced in their respective businesses, I must say. A brief introduction about each one of them. We have with us Akshata, who is the co-founder of Sama, which has raised funds from three sharks on Shark Tank India, who is a co-founder is a co-founder of a company called as Sama, like I mentioned, which is India's leading online dispute resolution platform. Sama works closely with regulators, enterprises, and courts to make dispute resolution more accessible, efficient, and humane. She grew up in Bangalore and studied law at NUJS Kolkata, where she began her entrepreneurial journey as a student. She also serves as the chief coordinator of Indian Mediation Week, India's largest student led access to justice campaigns. With this introduction, I welcome Akshita to this audience. Friends, next we have Advait. Advait Dudu is the founder CEO of Alive Now, which is a global creative tech studio working with brands and agencies building experiences at the intersection of marketing and technology. He is an investor and the largest shareholder in California Burrito, which is the India's biggest Mexican restaurant chain with 100 plus outlets. Friends, Advait is also a serial investor. Apart from California Burrito, he has been a part of Guaranteed, which is a furniture rental startup, Carter X, which is a logistic tech startup, Wrap to Earn, which is a edtech and media tech startup, Decor Twist, a growing e-commerce startup focused on home decor products, to name a few. The list just goes on and on. Friends, we have Advait with us. Friends, we also have with us Ashutosh, who is from Namma Bengaluru. He's a Christite. Being an alumni of Christ University and also IIM Bangalore, he has also founded a couple of companies. Originally, he started off with an instant food business, wherein he gained a lot of experience in the fast moving consumer goods industry. Later on, he went to start his current startup, which is called as Rescript, because of his passion to bridge the gap between sustainability and corporate world. He started this sustainable stationery brand, which is founded by him and his friend, who is also a Christite. With this introduction, I welcome Ashutosh. Fantastic. Now that we have an eminent set of panelists, it is my duty to extract the best out of them so that all of us in this hall and those who have joined us virtually will benefit as well. Just to give you a background, this year we have got about 550 plus teams who have registered in this year's Manthan's competition, out of which all those representing various colleges from Bangalore are present here physically. And beyond Bangalore colleges, since this is a Karnataka-wide program that we do, they're all present virtually. So maybe towards the end, we will have about 10 to 15 minutes to take up questions from the audience, but we have certain curated questions based on their individual niche, wherein we can kind of tickle their brain and get them to answer what we want, right? So that all of us benefit, right? So starting with Akshata. While we were waiting for the program to start, frankly, while we were in the boardroom, she was taking us through her student days. That is something that I could relate to, and I'm sure all of us can relate to, right? So she mentioned that she started her entrepreneurial journey while being a student. Okay, so my question to you, Akshita, is what advice would you give to the students community, which is sitting in front of us, wherein generally we tend to not have enough resources? See, when we talk about marketing, a strong marketing initiative is a must for any startup, right? To get customers, get them to retain, understand the market. There's a lot of things around it. And these days, everything costs you money. Since you have been there, done that as a student, what is your advice to our students?
Hello.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for having me here. As Shravan was saying, I went to law school not thinking I'm going to be an entrepreneur at all, but found a cause. I think the access to justice issue was very alive with me, and so to give you a little bit about what we do out of court settlements where lawyers that don't go to court, we help you solve your legal disputes completely online, collaboratively and compassionately. So to be honest, we built our platform, which does everything that you need from filing all the way to signing, and nobody used our platform. We begged, we spoke to lawyers, we spoke to different chambers, and they were like, you guys are kids, focus on your work. So, very quickly, we realized that there was no awareness to what we were doing. So, we had to launch an awareness campaign. Pranjal, my co founder, and I, we were law students then. What worked in our favor are we lived in hostel, mess had food. So, food and shelter was taken care of. And pocket money was not really going to help us launch like a Nike level campaign, which is what we dreamt of. But if there's one thing looking back that I would say, you don't need to graduate. Nothing happens the day you graduate, apart from getting the degree. It's not like suddenly I just became a lawyer and I knew every law. What I studied only, I knew that much by the end of it. Two, there's a big difference between having resources and being resourceful. Sometimes with what you have, you can do a lot. And I'm telling you, I sang on the streets of Calcutta, gathered a crowd, told them about what Sama did. We held Nukkad Nataks inside the court premises, almost got beaten up, but that was the day we got the maximum number of cases. We would distribute pamphlets on the streets telling people that you don't have to believe us, but just know that if you have a legal dispute, court is not your only option. If you didn't know that, call on this number, I'll tell you more. What started in Calcutta ended up with 20,000 students across 22 law schools in the country doing it at the same time, everyone. And that's when we garnered a lot of attention. So the lawyers that we were begging, the government agencies that we were begging, all started calling us. The Ministry of Law and Justice reached out to us. Niti Aayog reached out to us. Lawyers wanted to know who are these crazy kids and what are they doing? How are they getting 20,000 children to do flash mobs and talk? And so that's literally what we did. We realized no one's listening to us. We need eyeballs to turn towards us. We'll use what we have, our voices, whatever little pocket money we have. We'll sing, we'll dance, we'll scream, we'll shout, but we'll make sure they hear us. And yeah, that's honestly how so law is a 5-year course. By the end of our 5th year, 3 weeks before graduating, we walked away with ICICI Bank as our first client, just straight out of college. So it worked out. And I would say you don't have to wait till you graduate. There's so much you can do now. And if it doesn't work, big deal. You have your whole life ahead of you. So yeah, that's a little bit of the crazy stuff that we did.
Great. So marketing and marketing spends need not necessarily burn a hole in your pocket. It can be simple, it can be creative, and still serve the purpose, right? Moving on, my next question is to Advait. Advait, California Burrito is a very successful consumer facing brand. Today, it's a brand. And that too, it has grown, I think, over the last 8, 9 years, if I'm right. And then you have been successful in bringing that visibility and that, the marketing initiative of yours. So, what are some key takeaways from building California Burrito? What worked for you? And more importantly, what did not work for you? What are some lessons that all of us can take home?
Thank you, Shravan. Morning, everyone. It's good to be here. So before I answer this question, just a couple of thoughts that I wanted to share, then I'll come to the question. Um, Sitting in this audience and online, you have college students. And when it comes to marketing and trends and Gen Z, I think they will know more about trends and marketing than we. And the reason I say that is because when I was in college, I we could connect with brands that were doing cutting edge stuff, and we looked at a brand, a campaign or something like, wow, that's cool, and I want to associate with that, or I want to wear that, I want to go there. So I think this day and age, college students, they are so well connected. Everyone have smartphones, and everyone is consuming so much content, and the content that they consume is also, uh, you know, uh, depends on their likes, and the algorithm shows them content based on what they consume. So if they're consuming already content about marketing and entrepreneurship and business, they see more and more of that content. So I think basically the point I wanted to make was that you guys don't really have to learn from what we do, or kind of look at what we do. I think you all are really smart, and you guys are already, the very fact that you're in this room and taking part in this competition shows that you have a certain mindset, right? So right there, I think you should give a pat yourself on the back, right? So that's very important. Now, coming to your question, so the journey with California Burrito is very, very interesting. The initial stores, actually, we structured it and was planned in such a way that we had to do little to no marketing, and we only captured the captive audience. What I mean by that is that it was a deliberate decision that the first few stores we opened in malls, tech parks, and airports. So in these three locations, you actually don't need to do a lot of marketing because you already get footfalls. And as long as you keep your quality good, and as long as what you're offering is fresh, unique, and interesting, you will get a good word of mouth. So the first few years, actually, we used the best form of marketing, according to me, even in the digital age, is word of mouth marketing, right? So no one is going to believe an ad more than they believe if a friend or a family member comes and tells you that, hey, I tried this new place or this new store, you should check it out. That's the most powerful form of marketing. And for word of mouth marketing to work, there's only one thing that you need to do: is your product or your service has to be amazing. So that was phase one, about 4 5 years, and then COVID hit us very hard. The exact three types of stores that I talked to you about were the most affected: tech parks, airports, and malls. Right. So we were really, really impacted during COVID. And that's when, post COVID, we understood that we should also kind of embark on a brand building journey. Right. And when in 2021 and 2022, when we started doing more aggressive brand building, there's something very important that you guys also need to know about. When it comes to marketing, every 2 3 4 years, uh, the trends and what works keeps changing. uh, when I was in college, and just got out of college, and we're looking at marketing, the king was Facebook, right? Uh, but right now it's Instagram, right? So and very soon it might be Snapchat or something else, right? So what experience we had in marketing and brand building working with other brands, at Alive Now, in 2016, 17, 18, 19, we understood that that actually is not going to work with California Burrito. And 21, 22 was the rise of the start and the rise of the content creator economy and the influencers economy, right? So from 2022 and 23 onwards, we very aggressively and very strategically focused on collaborating with a lot of influencers and creating a lot of very interesting content, humorous, emotional, shocking, on these type of things, right? But you collab with influencers and put the story out there, and you still keep the brand message. So that's kind of what the journey has been. And there's one kind of mantra that I use, which is ABCDE. A in marketing and branding for any campaign. A is for attention and awareness. B is for brand building, building the brand. C is for content. D is for distribution, and E is for engagement. Right. So if you can tick all these 5 boxes, you have a very successful campaign. I mean, I can delve into each of these. What content works? How do you measure engagement? Distribution. What distribution should you use? Influencers? Should you be using ads? So there are many ways of kind of doing this. So this is a kind of a brief overview. You can delve into more details.
So like you mentioned, positioning absolutely matters for a brick and mortar setup, the chain of restaurants under California Burrito. You also made a specific reference to influencer marketing, right? So picking up from there, Ashutosh, there are different kinds of marketing, right? So of late, like Advait also mentioned, social media marketing, influencer marketing is something that is of a fad. So how do you think early stage startups should approach influencer marketing? What are your inputs for our budding entrepreneurs?
So we've done a lot of marketing ourselves through influencers, and that's how we've grown a community, right? When we are approaching influencers at an early stage, more than monetary deliverables, I think it's better to collaborate with influencers in a barter system, right? So you've created a product, you created a service, you think that's right. Now there are plenty of influencers who have a lot of great following, and let's say your company is something that is for students, student approach. You have every classroom, every college has a great influencers who's notable, right? So connect with them, show your product service, and if it benefits, it could be a barter system, right? For them, it could be content to grow their reach. On the other hand, for you, it is getting your word out there. Now, for you, it's very important for you to be persistent on reaching out to the right influencers. Few influencers might have trends that may not suit your business, right? If you're in a health tech startup or something, and it doesn't make sense for them to start dancing, right? Like, so you need to know who's the right audience for you. So getting influencers not only on Instagram, you have influencers in various other channels also, right? Now, LinkedIn, you might have someone who's writing a great blog, who's bringing out light of startups and their stories. So you can put that out. You can go into podcasting, right? That's become a great platform now. You have a lot of students who are doing podcasts for even it could be for failure or for success, right? Don't again think, like she said, that the moment you graduate you want to build a success story. You might want to enter into failures also, so bring that into the limelight. And that's how you grow the community. If not social media, do offline community building. That's again very important to engage with your audience. So this is my take on that.
I just want to add to one thing what he said, about influencer marketing. Keep in mind, the biggest influencer of your business is you. That's very important. Okay, don't shy away from being, creating your own content talking about your business or your product or your service. No one can talk about your business or your service or what you want to do better than you. No influencer, nothing. So when it comes to influencer marketing, what he said is important, but if you yourself are not very passionately putting content out there, and if people who are consuming that content see that, okay, if there's a founder who's so passionate about what they or he or she is doing or offering, then there must be something in there, right? So that's very important. You are your most important influencer. What you tell yourself every day is very important, and what you put out there is very important. So I thought I should just add that.
Absolutely. But when we talk about any marketing, right, social media, influencer, there is always a thin line between what is positive PR, what is negative PR. We might sometimes take a step back thinking, okay, what does the general audience think, right? Sometimes we will also get into certain brand crisis. So, Akshita, so how should entrepreneurs look at these negative aspects that also come as the two sides of the coin when we talk about any kind of marketing? How do we handle such situations?
Yeah. Um, it happens. It happens a lot. I think a few fundamental mistakes you can stay away from. One, your brand or what your company stands for will have a set of values. Deviating from that becomes very inauthentic. You can't be someone who's, for example, very environmentally conscious and then have a bunch of plastic related content that's going out. It's completely inauthentic. Now, when you're small, no one will point it out. As you become bigger, everyone will shout it out. That's what's going to happen. So, sticking to what you stand for, your values, that's one. Two, you have to be very aware who your consumer, who's your target audience. So, for example, for me, my target audience actually is a lot of professionals. It's a lot of lawyers. It's a lot of general counsels of large companies. It's a lot of CXO level people of these large, whether it's banks, whether it's startups, whether it's. So I have to be very, very careful what kind of messaging is going out. What kind of content is going out? Inclusivity is a big part of what Sama does because it's access to justice for all. So then my messaging also needs to always make sure it is inclusive. The minute it doesn't feel inclusive, you're going to have people either pointing fingers, talking about it, etc. Now, on the other side, um, our tagline is Suljhao Magar Pyar Se, which means resolve with compassion. If you get in trouble by mistake, you didn't know it was not a unique idea, you didn't realize you picked up someone else's logo by mistake, an apology goes a long way. There is no need to get personally affected by it. Someone was using that logo tagline before. An apology can literally save you from a legal battle. A startup or a young entrepreneur getting into a legal battle is the worst. At max, you'll feel cool for 5 seconds. And then you would have lost a lot of money. That is not the kind of PR you want right now. You also don't want to be labeled as difficult or someone who didn't pay attention in the first place. So if you have the muscle to be able to apologize authentically, it will really take you a long way, not just in branding, just as an entrepreneur. Second is sometimes you will feel so hurt, and it's happened to us. We were doing a project with the Kerala government, and the lawyers there got upset, saying, "Why is this company coming and taking our bread and butter?" And they released a bunch of memes on Sama, and they released a bunch of messages about this is a company that's here to steal our money, steal Kerala. I'm a Malayali, by the way. Okay, and the need for me to want to go and tell everyone that no, guys, that's not our intention. That's not, sometimes it's way bigger than you. If something is dying down naturally, don't go and show light because your ego wants it to happen. Sometimes people will say things and it'll keep going. Now, of course, if you do get into some PR crisis or branding crisis that's really hurting your business, sitting quietly there will not be helpful. There, you need to find the most strategic way, whether that's legal, whether that's directly reaching out and having a conversation to shut that down, whether it's providing clarification to shut that down. But do know, is it hurting your organization? Not is it hurting your ego? Those are two very different things. If something is going to put Sama in danger, it is my duty as Sama's guardian to fix that. If someone is just making Akshta feel bad for 2 minutes, that's an Akshta problem. Akshta can discuss with her therapist later if she's very upset. So, really, really, you're the guardian of your idea, of your brand. So, make very wise decisions. And it is so easy to get upset when someone says something about your intention, or someone's going to say something like, oh, he did this because he wants clout, he did this because he wants followers. It's okay. Is it going to hurt your company? No. Is it dying down in 24 hours? It's okay. Put out stronger content next time. Stand for the values. It's a great learning opportunity to see what's working, what's not working. I put out content this way, it got perceived this way. That's a learning for you. So maybe I need to tweak how I'm putting my content out. So, yeah. And of course, there are a bunch of laws, your trademark, your IP. Be careful about it. There's a fine line between getting inspired and like outright copying something. So if you're going to be a copycat, you will get into trouble. So try and stay away from it. Stay authentic. I completely agree with when he was referring to you being the spokesperson for your company, because you will bring out the why you started it, why you care about it, what problem you're trying to solve for. So if it comes from you as a consumer, it's very easy for me to understand where you're coming from. So put out more content like that. It will be helpful for people to understand that, okay, from this brand, I can expect this kind of content. From this brand, I can expect another type of content. So yeah, it's going to happen, guys. You will upset some people. You will learn from your mistakes. Sometimes you would have made the mistake. Sometimes you wouldn't have. But it's all a learning. It's never going to be one fun, linear, straight line. It's going to be a roller coaster, but that's the best part of being an entrepreneur.
That's right. Tread but cautiously, right? So the next question is to you, Advait. Yesterday, quite a few speakers spoke about something called as TAM. I think quite a few of us still don't understand what is TAM, that is total addressable market. Even in my session, we spoke about how to make financial projections, how to make budgets, how to, look out for cash flows. But the important question that revolved back from one of the student was, how do we identify our market size, right? So without understanding my market, it's as good as driving a car blindfolded, right? So how do I know the potential for the revenue, product, service, whatever that I'm doing? Are there ways? Of course, there are enough and plenty research reports, statistics, which are all primarily paid versions. But are there any resources available for early stage startups, especially students, where they can get information about how is their market specific to their industry, how they should approach? Can you throw some light on that?
No, absolutely. Yeah, there are a lot of paid reports and all that, but there are a couple of absolutely incredibly powerful tools that are at your disposal that will take you literally 15-20 minutes to evaluate your market. And one tool that we use internally and is used by many agencies is the Facebook advertising platform. It is easy to sign up, free to sign up. You just need a mail ID and you sign up. And with that, you can literally drill down to city level and pin code level, reach. And you will be amazed with the way in which you can target people. So I'll give you an example. About 5, 6 years ago, we were working, with an international school, and they wanted to reach out to potential parents who they could enroll their kids into the school. And the biggest challenge was that because it was an international school, it was almost like 5, 6, 7 lakhs per year fees. So they were trying to reach a very, very niche audience, right? And in Bangalore, within a certain, within a 6, 7 kilometer radius, right? Now, how do you reach that audience, right? If you pin the location of that school and you take a 7 kilometer radius, you'll have maybe 15 lakh or 12 lakh or 10 lakh people, right? So what we realized was we did a reverse engineering, saying, okay, so if the child has to if we're targeting people where the child is in the third, fourth, fifth grade, so the parent has to be at a certain age. So then we put the age bracket, right? So targeting all males and females, so mothers and fathers, aged between say 32 to 45. Even still, that was a huge, very, very broad audience. Now, this is where your jugaad and your creativity comes in, and how do you play with the targeting audience, right? So 80 to 90% of the time, if you are targeting, if you want to reach out to someone who has a disposable income, a very high disposable income, and is willing to spend 6, 7, 8 lakhs per year for their child in a school, there is a very high probability that they will be using the latest smartphone, right? Either on the latest generation iPhone or one generation previous, or the latest generation Android or one generation previous. Facebook and Instagram gives you the ability to show an ad only to people using that phone. So immediately we were able to cut 95% of the audience and reach only about 5 to 6,000 people. So we said, so we got the age right. So we know that, and you can also target based on marital status, right? So there's no point targeting someone who's 38 and unmarried, right? So age, marital status, phone. So this is just an example that I'm giving you, right? So therefore, if you go to the Facebook Ads Manager platform, which is free and easy to sign up, takes you 5 minutes, you can put in a pin code, you can put in a city, you can put in a gender, you can put in an age, you can put in accessing from this device, you can put in saying only accessing via 4G, you can put in likes. So let's say someone is wants to sell a snack, so think about the customer, and you can put certain likes that they have, and that say someone who's selling some kind of cricket gear, so they probably would have liked a few of the cricketing related thing, right? So using these targeting mechanisms in Facebook, by just putting all these things, you will get a potential reach, right? So that's a fantastic way for you to evaluate your potential market size. Similarly, you can also use Google Ads Manager and Google Trends, right? With Google Ads Manager, you again, free to use, just have to sign up, and you can put in some keywords, and it'll tell you what is the daily search volume, what is the weekly search volume, what is the monthly search volume, and what are the 2 3 closest keywords with the similar search volume, right? So right there, you will be able to get an amazing idea of, okay, I am trying to sell this particular product or service. If what should my potential customer be searching for, where I will show up for second or third? Right there, you put in 3 4 phrases, you say, okay, historical search volume in the last 3 months, it shows that on a week there are about 3,500 searches. So that therefore so many people are searching at a 10% conversion rate. Even if I get 40 50 customers, this is how it is. So these two tools are very powerful, very easy to use, and free of cost, and it doesn't take time. And if you ever have a doubt of how do I use these tools, you have ChatGPT. Just put it in there saying, I am trying to find, using Facebook Ads Manager, how many people I can reach for this product and service. Please help me. 15 seconds, ChatGPT will give you the answer, right? So these are the 2 or 3, very, very powerful tools that you guys can kind of use.
Absolutely. I mean, understanding the customer, the demography, geography, positioning them according to your idea, and then taking the necessary steps. Next question to you, Ashutosh, please. There are different kinds of startups, right? We have B2B, B2C, D2C. He took an example of a snacking business. Do you think marketing should differ, or rather, will it differ based on these kind of startups differing across categories? What are your inputs, Ashutosh?
The short answer to your question is yes and no, right? So what happens? Let's take my case. A lot of the times we're not a D2C brand. We have a great website. We are on quick commerce. We are on every other D2C distribution possible, but we're not a D2C brand, because a lot of them come to our website, purchase our products to take a sample, and then it becomes a B2B case, right? We're more largely a B2B brand, but for many other brands, it wouldn't be the case, right? It is purely a B2B business or a B2C business, or I would say a D2C business, right? So, how do we leverage these few things? They are not, again, they're not the same always. Now, if you're targeting someone in a B2B spectrum, um, firstly, let's say with your own network, you have created a few B2B clients. That is the right way to go also. I think leverage your own network. And then you will be able to, again, with the tools of targeting, you will be able to duplicate or find a audience that is in the similar circle or the similar profession, right? You can target HR profession, you can target any CXO, whatever it could be, and that's where your ads will reach. Now, here again, you do not want these guys to come into your D2C website and scroll through many tabs and go through that whole customer journey. They might not be interested, right? You got to take them to a landing page that's purely relevant to B2B. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. This is the company. Request for a sample, right? It should be as simple as that. Do not these in social media. You need to really understand that the guy behind a device or the guy or girl behind a device is absolutely lazy. Their attention span is completely down, and you need to ensure that their journey lies within seconds, right? So in a B2B, you need to create a B2B landing page, get this, and that's about it. That should be done. Again, in B2C, yeah, it is about building that whole community. It's a different approach, right? Uh, you want a customer experience, you want an unboxing experience, you want a packaging experience, you want people to feel good about the product. So this whole journey is a different thing. So again, comes to your influencer marketing. It comes to how you want to let's say approach and how you want to showcase what your product would feel like, right? So in B2C, it's a whole different thing. So again, you need to make sure you have good Shopify plugins. You need to ensure that your outflows and all of this is adaptable accordingly to your business. So yeah, that's my thing.
Fantastic. Great inputs there. So I think now it's time to take few questions from the audience. Anybody, just raise your hand. The mic would come to you. Just give us your name and which of the panelists you would want to shoot a question to. Anybody? Harsha.
Hi everyone. So, my question is for Mr. Ashutosh. You talked about barter collaborations.
Yeah.
So, I want to know how the influencers react to that particular thing because they are not ready to agree to that. I am also an influencer, so I know. And that's my question for you.
If you think about it, I think influencers are again their own entrepreneurs, right? In their own way. Uh, I think a lot of them have to. You need to seek the person who feels this is as an investment rather than earning revenue. Uh, you will find. I don't think there's any possible chance where barter collaborations can't be possible. That is how we started. Yeah.
But like you cannot reach a larger audience using barter collaboration because you can only target micro influencers using that. So isn't that a loss for the company to reach very less amount of people using that? Because you are giving away products for free without getting much audience in return.
Let me give you a use case. You heard of Masum Meenawala, influencer? You know who she is?
No.
Okay, so many of the people do know she's a very large fashion influencer. She's very big. I think one of the top in India. And my wife runs a studio called A Trunk, and she creates her own breathwear and all of this, right? So she had a small Instagram page. It was all good. A lot of small influencers used to do a barter collaboration, and we thought it was the right time. And to get through Masum's approval, I don't know, even if you submit your clothes, if she approves only, you'll be able to. We spent 5 lakhs on it, right? And we were all ready with inventory. We were like, let's go. Masum's going to post this. 100 orders coming in. Nothing happened. Zero. Because we just lost 5 lakhs. That was a paid influencer, big influencer, right? I knew few people who've done it and it worked. And the product was great as well. but it didn't work because that community that had to be built before, someone to vouch for, someone to shout it out, didn't happen. So it might be tough, but I feel searching for that right person, again, like I said, connecting to the right influencer who would give you a barter because they see value in your product, right? That's more important. So I guess this is my, if anyone has something to say.
You said, won't we be losing out because we are engaging with a micro influencer and not a big influencer? Let me tell you, micro influencers give way better return on investment than your big influencers with a couple of million followers and all that. That's one thing. Just keep that in mind. Doling out 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 8 lakhs, and going to someone who has so many million followers. Trust me, your ROI is not there. We've been there, done that, and I know. Micro influencers with 5K followers, 10K followers, 15K, 20K followers, where their followers are not bought, but they're all genuine followers, work way better. The other way to approach your conundrum is, you said not many people want to do barter, right? So, very simple. When you look at an influencer's page, if you can evaluate and find out, is this influencer doing it for revenue generation and money? Meaning, uh, that's their only job. They don't have anything else. They are literally, when you go through their page, you'll find out they literally want money to post. Or is this influencer genuinely and authentically posting content? Right there, you will know that the person who wants money for everything is not a good influencer to work with, and the person who maybe already has a job and content creation and influencer marketing, what they are doing is not their main role, you will be happy to work with them. And again, this is coming from experience because my wife, we recently launched a children's play area, right? And we wanted mom influencers to talk about this. And most of the mom influencers who kind of shared, about the play area, they were like, yeah, just I just get my kid, you make them play, and I'm fine, right? What that meant was, this was not their main source of income. They're just doing it because they're passionate about it, and they share things that they do with their kids, and content that can help other mothers and stuff like that. So they're not doing it for the money. So if you can figure that out, then your barter might work better.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think just taking from what you shared, so we had endorsements. So we had, for example, Shashi Tharoor, Harsha Bogle, and literally the Chief Justice of India that spoke about Sama. Very exciting for us. But when Shantamma's testimonial on how her insurance case got solved in Sama, 60 other types of cases came into our platform that day. So sometimes, especially in the beginning, when we're starting with an idea, there'll be a lot of excitement around, do I get that name? Do I get Virat? If Virat Kohli said this about my idea, maybe not, maybe you'll get like 3,000 likes that day, and then what? Are you going to make money? And that was a huge learning. Guys, we're a legal tech organization, and the Chief Justice of India has said something about us. And it was a good piece for LinkedIn, I would say. I mean, I was thrilled personally as an entrepreneur. It was a big moment for Pranjal and me, but I didn't realize that sharing Shantama's story is going to create an even bigger wave. Suddenly there was more relatability. It was like, if her case can get solved, my case also can get solved. Versus feeling like, oh my God, if Shashi Tharoor is saying this, then should I go to Sama? It might be a little, Of course. So I would also say that, like, especially in the beginning, take all your opportunities. Micro influencer, big influencer, you will learn. I would have never ever figured this out until this had happened to us. I would have for sure told you that if a big person or a big brand spoke about us, that's when we'll make it. And that's why now we place so much importance on sharing real people's real stories of resolving their legal disputes. It is creating a way bigger credibility factor for us, a branding factor for us than having this. That being said, it's not that if a big influencer wants to talk about Sama, I would say no. But I'm just saying that sometimes we might have that limiting belief And especially when you're starting out with an idea, maybe that's something you can just chuck right now and see like, where does this road take me?
I think we can take just one more question and then, due to lack of time.
Hi, I'm Pratna Vibert. My question is to Miss Akshata, this side. My question is to Miss Akshata. So when my product, if the uh, target audience is very limited, or if my reach is to a very smaller group, then how would influencing help? Or if it doesn't, what's like a better approach for marketing it?
Got it. So sometimes I feel that there are maybe one or two steps before trying to figure out your branding and marketing at this stage, right? One is, have you figured out all the possible uses for your product? Have you figured out all the possible target audiences for your product? So, for example, I was just having a conversation and he said they make recycled printing paper. That is a huge, huge thing for even a legal tech company. Because even though we do everything online, we actually receive a whole bunch of like literally a forest on most days. So I don't think we would have, if you had met us, you would have never connected that, oh, they might actually have a really strong B2B partnership. So one is maybe just spend a little more time on, is it really as small as you think it is? Are there other smarter, more jugaad ways to maybe use another set of people can use my product differently for another problem that they have? So that is one way to look at it. I would say if you also have access to mentors, it's really helpful. Just to have someone else to brainstorm. Me being a lawyer and constantly thinking about this, after some time, I just can't think about anything else. So that is, I think, one way to look at it. Two is in the beginning, your first set of customers are mostly going to be either friends and family, people who believe in your product. As he was saying, right, the first few will be through your network, and then you see where it goes. Ultimately, your branding, your marketing will work if your product is not just good, but there is a demand for it. So maybe figuring out that, okay, is there a demand? Where is the demand? And then figuring out how to sell it might be a smarter way to look at it. But yeah, I would say keep at it. You never know. You never know. We have been working since 2015. Who knew the pandemic will literally catapult us? Because all the lawyers got locked at home, the courts got shut down, and then everyone was like, okay, we need to do this online. And proposals we sent 5 years ago, which got thrown into the trash can, is now taken out and they're ironed out and they're like, okay, can we figure it out? So you never know what's going to happen. So I would say, yeah, I would say go for it. Find the first few people who want to use your product, who enjoy your product, and you'll start getting learnings that you can grow from there. And you'll get a brand direction, you'll get a marketing direction through that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Great. Since we also have a virtual audience, there is a question on the chat box. I'm not really sure to whom this, who can answer this. The question is how challenging it is to get clients from government institutions, like universities or regulatory bodies. How can we overcome these related challenges if you have any government or institutional clients?
Yeah. So, personal experience, it is a little tough. How you're marketing and pitching to a private company, how you're marketing and pitching to a startup, they're all different. The playbook is completely different. Our deck is different when we are meeting a government body or a government institution. So I would say that when you're making that bet to go to a government department, whether that's through a connection you've received through the network, by then you should really be ready for the opportunity. Over there, you should be going slightly data back, show that it works. Because sometimes these projects, especially in the government space, if you're talking about big ones, you get one shot at really impressing or talking to them. Smaller startups, I can still go like 5-6 times for like 2 coffees, 1 sandwich, meet at California Burrito, and then, still speak to them. But speaking to that one minister, speaking to the chairman of that one association might actually be a one shot. So if you have access to reach them when you're ready, that is a great time to go ahead. But honestly, guys, it happens. We have over 14, 15 government partnerships across the country. I think when you're ready, your opportunity will present itself.
Want to miss this. I'm sure many would have this. How do we identify our logo is unique and it is not used by others, trademark infringement, etc.?
ChatGPT. Yes. No, I'm serious. Upload the logo and yeah, we see if it's this thing. At least you'll get some idea. Gemini, ChatGPT, just 2, 3 places. Upload it or reach out to her.
Fantastic. Friends, this is where we conclude our first panel discussion on this day 2 of the knowledge series. Go ahead, Advait.
Yeah. So just want to add one last thing, not related to marketing and branding. It's more about entrepreneurship. All of you are students. You're embarking on your entrepreneurial journey, which is great. Um, there's only one thing that I want you to take away. And in this day and age, all of you are consuming content on your phones and on your laptops, watching OTT web series, you're watching your reels, all that. Great, no problem. But I would highly recommend all of you to pick up a reading habit because learning never stops. 99% of everything what I have learned has either been on the job running a business or reading books about successful people, right? If you have a pen and paper, I would just want to share 2 3 very good books for entrepreneurs that you should pick up and read. The first one is called The High Performance Entrepreneur by Subrato Bagchi. So Subrato Bagchi is the person who started Mindtree Consulting almost, I think, 15 20 years ago. It's an incredible book. Why? Because most of the books about entrepreneurships are written by authors in the US, right? But this book is a Indian author talking about the Indian context and the Indian market and how he struggled and built the business. It's an incredible book, and I especially have a lot of respect for founders who are from the 70s and the 80s and the 90s because they literally had to build the business from scratch without funding, without VC, without angel. There was no free money floating around. Those are the hardcore businessmen and businesswomen who you have to learn from, who have a lot of wisdom. My dad, he's sitting here. He's also a very, very successful entrepreneur, businessman. Started in the 1980s and built a manufacturing conglomerate. So first is Subrata Bakshi, the High Performance Entrepreneur by Subrata Bakshi. The second book is called Cash Flow Quadrant by Robert Kiyosaki. This is the same author who wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad. That's also a good book. But his second book, which is Cash Flow Quadrant, is an incredible book. Now, that will basically give you the framework of how everyone in life, anyone who you can think of in life, starts off on the left side of the quadrant of being either an employed person or a self employed person. And your aim in life has to be to go from the left side of the quadrant for you to achieve financial freedom to move to the right side of the quadrant, which is either being a business owner or an investor. And it gives you an incredible framework of how that works, right? So these two books I highly recommend. There are many, many other books that you can, you should be reading. Please keep in mind that your learning doesn't stop when you stop college. Your learning actually begins after you finish college. It is very, very important because in college, all of you are reading the same books, all of you are exposed to the same professors, all of you are reading the same textbooks. So, what makes you different? What makes you different? So that's why when you are done with college or even when in college, please pick up the reading habit, 2 pages a day, 3 pages a day. An entrepreneur that you admire, someone who's written about them, or they've written their own book. There are a lot of amazing books when it comes to startups and entrepreneurship and business success. So that is my only one request. And if there's one takeaway that you have from this panel discussion is pick up the reading habit. Learning never stops. You have to keep pushing yourself. Yeah. Thank you.
Fantastic. Always be a student. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Advait, Akshita, and Ashutosh. Thank you. Over
Thank
to
you.
you.
Yeah, I must say it's a very great session. Yes or no? Loudly, please. Yeah, okay. May I request Tejashri for felicitating our speakers?
For everybody's knowledge here, it is my privilege to call upon Murlidhar sir. So please join us on stage. When he was the president, the first Manthan edition began. So we stand at the 17th edition. What more you want? And I'm sure it's a proud moment to see the dad here. I have son here on stage today. Thank you. Please.
No, 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 not only to them.
Please come. Please come. Say Vandana.
Please come. Abhishek, please. Please
Round of applause to Shravan. Did a great job moderating the panel. Got the best out of us. Some very, very difficult questions. Thank you, Shravan.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic, components of business plan and how to prepare a business plan. We have speaker Chinmay Anand, financial educator, business storyteller, speaker, author, investor. I welcome you on the dais, sir, please. Yes.
Should I take over?
I'll just give an intro. Yeah. Since 2014, Chinmay has trained and consulted over 11,000 business owners and financial managers globally on the subject business finance. He is a proud owner of 6 business plans which taught him what not to do in business. Okay. Chinmay has developed finance programs that are taught to MBA students in Australia and America University, namely Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, Torrens University, Australia, University of New England, Kennedy University of Leadership, USA. He served as National Treasurer of Professional Speakers Australia between 2018 to 21 and is an active Rotarian. He actively invests and raises funds for startups and family businesses, along with providing strategic consulting services while selling, buying, merger, and acquisition of companies. Chinmay has authored 2 books, Fundamentals of Financial Statements and The Bottom Line. Welcome to Manthan 2025,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, which I wrote. May I request all of you to stand up, please? Stand up, stretch a bit, stretch a bit. I know you all been sitting for an hour. I can see that stress going out, stretch. Now, this is not an opportunity to inappropriately touch someone around you. If you're comfortable now, kindly be seated. Okay. Business plan. How many of you are here for the first time in FKCCI? First time you are visiting this? Oh, majority of you. Did you all come here from your home or from your college? Home, college, okay. So I'm sure Nagraj or someone from the back-end team, Manthan team would have sent you an email saying that this is the location and you clicked on Google Maps and it said it is going to take you so much time, which means you planned. You planned how much time it's going to take so that you can be here on time, which means you referred numbers. You went about coming up with a strategy. Should I take Ola or Namayatri, or should I drive my bike, or how will I come here? Now we are in the month of April, somewhere in the month of August, or it's August, I suppose, right? August, the winner will be announced. Someone will be walking away with that 5 lakh check. Hey, 10 laksha, 5 laksha. First prize money 5 laksha tane. Total is 10 lakhs. Look at the marketing by Manthan. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರ ನೀವು 1 million Indian rupees ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ build-up. Now the point I'm trying to make here is to achieve something, to reach some place, you need to plan. Now we are talking about business plan, which means you are asking for that 5 lakhs. Who else do we ask for money? Our parents. So if you ask your father, mother, appa, amma, ಒಂದು 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡು, what is the first question they're going to ask? ಯಾಕೆ? ಬುಕ್ ತಗೊಬೇಕು. ಸರಿ, ತಗೋ 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. Next day, ಅಮ್ಮ, ಅಪ್ಪ, 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೇಕು. Again, ಯಾಕೆ? What will you do with it? 2-3 questions. No, I have to use it for some purpose or whatever it is you will say, you will justify. Next day, amma, I want 5,000 rupees. 5,000? ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? ಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಫೀಸ್ ಹತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರಿ ಕಟ್ಟಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸಿಪ್ ಕಳ್ಸು, ನಿಮ್ದು ಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಸರ್ದು ಅಥವಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ದು ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೊಡು, ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕೊಡು, ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಆನ್ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್. If you ask your parents, I want 50,000 rupees, show me where you are going to spend, I'll only come with 50,000 rupees. Even though it is our parents, they trust us. It is not about trust. They definitely trust us, but they don't believe that we can handle that kind of an amount. Money is a tool. Now, if you are asking the judge, the jury of Manthan competition to give you 5 lakhs, there are a set of questions that you should be answering. That is what should go on your business plan. Now, again, we are living in a world where attention span is going down. When I did MBA, of course, in MBA, they teach you how to prepare a business plan. Those days, I did it in Melbourne back in 2008. The thicker the business plan, it means you have done a lot of research. But today, it's the other way around. Can you get all of it on one page? Business model canvas. Because I keep
conducting a lot of sessions. I keep visiting a lot of universities. I teach at some of the business schools in Australia. Many students are very impatient. I don't blame them. No, we are living in a world of just swap, swap, swap. So someone asked me, sir, how can I express my business plan in one sentence? Yeah, Guru, at least 14 pages minimum. Okay, at least 1 page business model canvas. No, this person wants in one sentence. But that was a challenge. So I discussed with a lot of my mentors and I went about spending more than 6 months in trying to figure out. But those days I didn't have ChatGPT. I went on and on and on and on. And here is one sentence that kind of gives a gist of a business plan. And this is a workshop. Nagraj, Harsha, ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇದು ಆನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವ್ದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ? ನೀವು ಓದ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಾ ಬರೋದು? ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಪರಶುರಾಮ್. ಬಂತು. ಪರಶುರಾಮ್ ಅನ್ಬೇಕು, ಅವಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. If our client or customer gives us rupees dash, now take out your notebook, paper, pen, because I want you to complete this. 3 sentences. Fill in the blanks. If our client or customer gives us rupees dash, Parashuram, bantu. We or I will give them dash within dash hours or day. That's it. I would like you to complete this statement. And if you're done, please raise your hand. I would like to hear. Let us use that as an example to understand business plan better. If our client or customer gives us rupees dash, which means at what price are you selling your product or service? We will give them dash. What are you going to give them? Are you going to give them a product or a service, or both product and service? What is it? Is it something tangible, people can see, people can touch, or is it something intangible, service? Within dash, how much time will you take to deliver that product or service? Who has completed this statement? Who would like to participate? Yes. Can you shout out, please? If your client or customer, if your customer gives you 6,000 rupees, okay. What is the device? Women's safety device, okay. Okay. For lifelong, okay, lifetime guarantee. Okay. Your name is Shripad. Okay, maybe another one or two more example business plan. Someone would like to share? Yes. Your name? Yashwant.
If our customer gives us a 200 rupees to 500 rupees, I will give them an entertainment within 3 hours.
What kind of entertainment, Guru?
Sir, in PVRs or else in PVR
cinemas.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So you have some tie-up and then you, what exactly happens if I give you 200 rupees or 500 rupees? You give me some voucher, is it?
No, sir. I didn't understand your question, sir.
No. ಈಗ ನಾನು 5 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. What will you give me? You will give me some voucher?
No, sir. Like a ticket means.
You give me a ticket. Ticket to watch a cinema. In like PVR. Now, why should I not go to PVR and buy a ticket?
Yes, sir. We will provide some discounts like that.
Okay. So that okay.
Thank you.
One more. Can you just observe how complicated we make? How complicated we make a simple idea? Again, keeping something simple is not easy. One more. Yes. You're using your phone. Did you ask ChatGPT?
If our client gives us 75,000, we will provide them with the smart poultry kit, which is for SHG groups.
What is SHG?
SHG, self-help groups.
Oh, okay. So poultry?
Smart poultry kit.
Small poultry kit. Okay,
yeah, with 75,000.
Okay.
Including 100 birds, whichever it is. And then a smart cage system, feed and veterinary service within 7 days.
Okay. See, this is a starting point. Each and every word, as I said, I've spent a lot of time with my mentors to come up with this particular statement. Each and every word is very critical. The first word is client or customer, which means Are you in a B2B, B2C, or D2C, or B2G? In other words, simply answer this question: who has your money? That's it. Is it someone who will be paying money from his or her pocket, or will it be coming from a business account, or will it be coming from a corporate account, or will it be coming from a university? Will it be coming from a farmer's account, or will it be coming from their parents' pocket? Who is your customer or client? So in the panel discussion, I think it was Advait. No, Advait alla. Illididde yadu Ashutosh. No, he was talking how they went about narrowing that particular target market for a school. No, school will be attended by children, but they are not the target market. Who has the money? Similarly, ask the question: who has your money? That poultry kit, who has the money? Who will be giving you that money? That voucher, who has that money? That women's safety device, who has the money? Who will be giving it? Will it be the mother, grandmother, auntie, parents? Who has that money? Be very clear about that. Next, at Parashuram, rupees. At what price are you going to sell? 200 rupees, 500 rupees, 75,000 rupees. Now, selling price is one thing. Business is not about turnover, it is about leftover. It is not about how much you make, it is more about how much you keep. That's why I titled my second book, The Bottom Line. I don't care about the top line if you don't know how it is going to impact the bottom line, period. So you need to know your margins. Even if you know that you don't have margins, that is something that you know. When are you going to increase the margin? When do you think you will be able to increase the margin? That is something you need to be very clear, which means we are talking about numbers. I believe yesterday Shravan might have covered most of this. So what are the profit margins? And are you able to compare it with some of the competitors? What's the difference? Why should someone buy it from you? Then, we or I think the first person, he said, I will give. So are you one founder or do you have partners? We have partners, okay. Because when as an investor, when I hear someone saying, I am going to do this, I'm like, ooh, that's a red flag. So you expect me to invest in your company where you are the only person? It's not that I don't believe in you. Just imagine the risk associated with around that one person. I'm sure you have seen all the gods and goddesses photos. It means you cannot do everything by yourself. You need people, you need the core team. So is it just a hobby? Is it a practice? Or is it a business? What's the difference? Hobby, project is something that you do one-off. We have received a lot of business plan, which are all final semester projects. Straight away, unfortunately, will not be, the business plan will not be taken to the next round. So be very clear, what are you going to present in that business plan? Is it a hobby or is it a project? Is it something that you're doing as a side hustle? Practice. Lawyers practice, doctors practice, architects practice, accountants practice, which means in a practice, it revolves around a person. I, as a trainer, I, as an educator, I practice. I stop, revenue stops. Business will be process dependent. Practice is person dependent. So do you have a process where you will be able to sell what you're going to sell? Yes, initially you'll be the all-rounder. But slowly, can you create a team which can expand? So we or I will give them dash. Again, is it a product or a service? Women's safety device, product. Voucher, well, kind of in between, right? You're giving some discount, so it's not kind of tangible. 75,000 poultry kit. So again, what are you selling? Is it a product or a service? Be very clear. Can you explain it to someone like a 6-year-old and that person can understand? Can you tell to your neighbor who doesn't understand anything about business and she can talk to everyone in the neighborhood and talk about your product or service? Or are you making it so complicated? It's very difficult for them. ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಮಗಳು ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Keep it simple. And I know keeping something simple is very hard. Then, within dash, Parashuram. So now we are talking about effectiveness. We are living in a world that is fast, flat, and free. I repeat, fast, flat, and free. If what you're offering is slow, bumpy, and expensive, very soon you'll be out of business. Can you deliver something fast? Flat in the sense, anyone on this device, can they purchase it with just click of a button? Free is like, not like free as such, but compared to the other competitors in the market, you get it faster. Think from that perspective, which means now we're talking about operations, backend system, supply chain, whatever you want to call it. This is the gist. Then you go about explaining who are your customers, where do you find them, the TAM and SAM and whatever it is, all those fancy words you can use, come up with all the forecasts, projections, you go on and on and on. Any questions at this stage? Is it okay for me to give opportunity for you to ask questions? Yes, no? Yes? Okay. And again, you don't have to wait till the end of the session to ask question. If you think it's relevant, feel free to raise your hand and I'll be more than happy to entertain that question. Now, let me tell you one of the biggest lesson or the best lesson that I learned. The person who was introducing me, she said, Chinmay has failed in 6 business plans. No, I didn't fail in 6 business plans. I failed in 6 startups. After doing MBA, how do you like that? Because I used to use the 3 most dangerous words in English. Do you know the 3 most dangerous words in English? I know that. Australia MBA ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. But market doesn't care. Because end of the day, market is always looking for value. Do you have something valuable that you can sell? Here is my money, period. Anyway, after failing in 6 startups, I had an idea for another startup. I prepared a beautiful business plan because I had done MBA. Colorful graphs, red line, yellow line, blue line, underline graphs are always going like this. Now, the only problem is I wanted 10 lakhs. Of course, Manthan was not there back then. So where do you go for that kind of a money? To the ATM in the house, to my father. He's an industrialist. He started his business again back in 80s. He manufactures carton boxes. My father knew I wouldn't listen to him. So he said, Chinmay, you know what, this business plan, why don't you talk with one of my friend who is also an industrialist and also a management consultant? Talk to him. So in my mind, I was thinking, if somehow I can convince my father's friend, he will pick up the phone and he will say, you know, maga ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. So immediately I booked the appointment, I went, I met him. And obviously father's friend is always uncles for us, right? Uncle, thank you so much for meeting in such short notice. Here is the business plan. In one breath, I told the whole business plan. He looked at me and he said, Chinmay, would you like to have water? I said, no, I would like to have 10 lakh rupees. Relax, head on your shoulders, feet on the ground. Chinmay, tell me how much is 1 plus 1? He took a notepad and a pen and he wrote it. 1 plus 1 and he pushed it towards me. I knew it was a tricky question. But I didn't want to think too hard. I said, sir, obviously 1 plus 1 is 2 and I pushed it back. He said, no. Let me ask you one more time. How much is 1 plus 1? Now I said, 1 plus 1 is 2, Roman 2. I said, smart, but no. Chinmay, I want you to think like an entrepreneur. I want you to think like a business owner. How much is 1 plus 1 for a business owner, for an entrepreneur? And again, me being me, those days I knew everything, right? Professor Google is in my pocket. I said, sir, obviously 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. He said, the day you realize 1 plus 1 will be never equal to 2, that's the day you can consider yourself to be slightly matured in business. I was like, sir, miss ಹೊಡಿತದೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. Chinmay, this is what you're saying. 1 plus 1 equals 2. This is correct only for your arithmetic teacher, only on calculator. In business, 1 plus 1 will never be equal to 2. 1 plus 1 can be 1, it can be 1.1, it can be 1.9, it can be minus 2, or it can be 3. It will never go according to plan. What you're saying is, here is a beautiful plan. Id martini, sales will go up like this. It's not going to happen. I went, now I know why I failed in 6 startups. That was exactly what everyone was saying. We invested in that, some influencer he was mentioning. One of the top in the country, 5 lakhs they invested, not even a single order. What do you think they were thinking? 1 plus 1 will be 2. 5 lakhs inventory tarana, you ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕ್ಬೋಣ ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ ನಮ್ದೆ, come on. This is what we want to see on your business plan. All the judge, all the jury, they know that 1 plus 1 will not be equal to 2. What's your plan B? What's your plan C? If you don't get that 5 lakh rupees, or even if you get that 5 lakh rupees, how will you keep moving forward? That is what we want to see in the business plan. Think, what if things go wrong? That is how investors will go about analyzing a particular business. And that is what we want to see on your startup. So here are some of the questions that you should be answering to begin with. So I'm sure all of you have got founders, partners, whatever you call. Have a brainstorming session. If possible, invite one of your professors or mentors or someone from that industry. You do a bit of a basic homework. Ask them to ask these tough questions. Ask them to play a role of a devil's advocate. The very first question you should be asking is, what is the problem that I'm trying to solve? What is the problem you're trying to solve? Poultry kit, what problem are you solving? Voucher, what problem are you solving? Women's safety, what problem are you solving? Next, what is your solution? Because I'm sure you're not the only one who is offering a solution. There are so many people who might be offering similar solution in the market. Why should someone buy your solution? Most important thing is, who has this problem? How badly do they want this problem to be solved? Most people are comfortable with their problem. They're fine with it. How badly do they want the problem to be solved? If they want it like, I want this problem to be solved as of yesterday, then boy oh boy, they'll be queuing up to buy your product and service. For that, you need to know who are these customers or clients, who has this need and want. This is where you do those market research. Market search, research. You go on figuring out who has this problem, who has your money. What's your value proposition? What is your value proposition? What value can they see? Why should I give that 500 rupees to get that voucher? Why should I give whatever amount was that for that women's safety kit? Why 75,000 for a poultry kit? Why? What's the value? What will I get in return? Now, some of you, I'm sure after you graduate, startup and whatever idea you have might be a side hustle, and meanwhile, some of you would like to get your first job. And probably after a few years, some of you want change in career. Or maybe if you have started a startup or a business, you want to get your first client. Imagine that is your potential employer or your client. What do you think all these people are asking from them? What is that they want from them? One thing common. Say it. Exactly. Pay me, pay me, pay me. Give me money. Pay me for my experience. Pay me for my expertise. Pay me for my knowledge. Pay me for the product or service. What do you think the buyer is thinking? Put yourself in the shoes of a buyer. I'm sure you would have bought something off late on Amazon or somewhere. What do you think the buyer will be thinking? Exactly. Why from you and not someone else? Why should I buy from you and not someone else? Again, product differentiation. How can you make me see that, feel that? Which means they have to see that value. If your customer is saying, 75,000 rupees for poultry kit, do you know what they're indirectly saying? I don't see value. If they see value, price becomes secondary. Do you remember there was an injection called as remdesivir during COVID? Even though it was not proven, for some reason people thought by taking that COVID will be gone. Do you know the MRP price of that? I'm a Rotarian, so I was in that war room and I used to help people get that. 2,450 rupees MRP. And in the market, it was getting sold for 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. I know people who bought it even for 1 lakh. Price becomes secondary because now they're talking about life, value. So how badly do they want that problem to be solved? That's value proposition. Next, how do you make money? So what exactly are you selling? Take out all those fluffy words. Say that this is what you get if you pay me this period. This is how we make money. We sell this, we give this discount. From this discount, this is what we are going to make. Is it based on your expertise? Do you have that skill set, or do you have a core team member who has got that kind of a skill set? Because there are many people who will come up with many ideas. Ideas means nothing until you know how to execute it. Is it based on your skill set? Or can you find people who can help you out? What if they start something on their own? Then, is it legal? Ask the lawyer. I'm sure she will say. The hardest thing for a startup is to get into some kind of a legal battle. Is it legal? And something that you can do in one state, probably you can't do in the other state. So if at all you want to grow and expand, how do you do that? How will you scale? Is it specifically in one location, or can you replicate it, expand it, grow it, take it to other cities and towns? How will you scale? Do you need more and more investment? Every time do you need more? 5 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 5 lakhs? I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but have you really thought through this? How can you scale? Then, how much time will it take for you to make that first rupee in sales? Will it take you 3 months, 6 months, 1 year? How much time will it take for you to come up with that MVP, minimal viable product? Until then, how will you survive? Do you have to burn cash? For how long? How long is that runway for you? Again, 1 plus 1 is never equal to 2. You might say, I have found this contractor, or I have found this person, I have found this company who will manufacture, and they said they are going to give that MVP within 3 months. Try that. You'll get to know what exactly happens when you work with them. Finally, how will you beat the competition? Women's safety, huge market. Is there anyone, any woman, any girls in this room who doesn't want to feel safe? Everyone will be your target market. But I'm sure there's so many people who are offering the similar solution. Same thing with other products that you want to sell. How will you beat the competition? In the first place, do you know who are your competition? Who else has that money? So you spoke about entertainment. So let's say weekend I spend 1,000 rupees on entertainment. Now, why should I stop paying 1,000 rupees where I used to spend and do this? That is all it is. That is what marketing is. Marketing is changing or retaining the habit of your customer, period. I have this habit, 1,000 rupees, I spend it there. 1,000 rupees, I spend it there. Now you're asking me to spend it here. Why? How easy can you make me do this? All these questions. Something that you need to ask, something you need to brainstorm. Any questions at this stage? Yes. It's all right, you can shout out. Customer or client, that our product is worth of the money they are giving. Okay, the question is, how do I go about convincing my customer or client that my product is worth buying? Ooh, now I have to take a marketing class for this. Simple. First, do your research and figure out who are the people who really see value in what you have to offer. So what is that problem? What is that solution that you're trying to offer? Can they resonate with it? How badly do they want that problem to be solved? Many people will say, idea super agide, sakkatagide. Sir, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? So you clearly know they're not your customer. Now, I have started something called as YGB Club. You've got to believe club. It's a platform for people to improve effective communication. All of you, do you all agree that effective communication is a critical skill you need to have? Yes? Yes? If I say pay 1,000 rupees and join my webinar, how many of you will join? Last 1.5 years, I know how much I've spent on Facebook. With those data, what I've figured out is people who are joining, it was a surprise for me. It is people who are above the age of 45. Can you believe that? And I'm excited. Do you know why? Do you know why I'm excited with people above the age of 45 are joining my workshop? Because one, they don't have time. People who don't have time, they value time and they have the money. Instead of 1,000, I can charge 5,000. Togoli, give me value. Market research. Now, here is a business plan. Let me tell you, even I don't have to tell you, I'm sure you would have done it by now. Go on ChatGPT, DeepSeek, whatever it is. My business plan, this is the topic, whatever, 10 points. Come up with a business plan, it will come up with a business plan. It will have all of these ingredients. And today, people will send the best of the best resumes. Ask Tejasri ma'am, she will know. Every resume will look the same, if at all they've used ChatGPT with the same prompt. So you can come up with this theory, beautiful business plan you can come up with. But have you really thought through it is the question. Do you know how to connect the dots? I'm sure when we think of entrepreneur, we think of creativity, yes? Now what is creativity? What is creativity? Thinking outside the box. In fact, I have got a professional speaking colleague in Australia. She talks about creativity and innovation. She says, thinking is the box. You connect two dots, that's creativity, which means creativity is connecting things that people didn't connect previously. That's creativity. What happens when you connect three dots? Do you think innovation and creativity are the same? Do you think all creative ideas are useful? Which means a creative idea that has got value, that's innovation. Innovation is a change that has value. Two dots connect third dot from the usefulness perspective, that's innovation. What happens when you connect the fourth dot? Have you heard people saying, ಶಾರ್ಕ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಲಿ ಐಡಿಯಾ ನಂಗೆ 6 ತಿಂಗಳು ಮುಂಚೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ಕಣ, 1 ವರ್ಷದ ಮುಂಚೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಗುರು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಈಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀಯಾ? ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಬಿಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, this happened, that happened, which means you didn't find how to pull that idea with all the resources that is available. You connect 4 dots, that's when you become an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is a person who will see things that other people missed, and they will see an opportunity, and they will make sure that problem or that they're solving has got a useful solution, and they will do it irrespective of their resources that they have at their disposal. What happens when you connect 5 dots? Visionary. Even after 100 years, we think of him. Visionary. They're able to foresee what will happen 50 years, 100 years from now. What happens when you connect 6 dots? Honestly, I haven't reached that far. Probably you become a politician, I suppose. Anyway, here are a list of questions. Take a photo. I don't want to go through it. It's not a theory as such. These are all kind of something that you can figure out for yourself when you do that brainstorming session. But I will put it out there and I'll give you a minute. Go through the questions. If there's anything that you want me to further emphasize, I'll be more than happy to do it. After that, I've got a couple of slides and then we'll be able to take questions. Do you want me in the photo? All the basic questions that you need to ask to ensure that you can pull off that idea that you have. To ensure that 1 plus 1 will be somewhere close to 2. Well, if it is more than 2, I call it success in business. Questions regarding particular to the slide? Yes. It's fine. Shut out.
It's comparatively tough. So how do we plan from going to 100 to 1000?
Oh, good question. Very good question. Probably you might have had some kind of an experience or you might have discussed about this with someone. I'm sure Uma ma'am and everyone, every entrepreneur here will relate to it. Starting the graph will go like this. Because most of the time it will be our family and friends. Hey, ನಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, it will happen, it will go like this, 1 to 100. But how to take that 100 to 200 and 500 and 1000? This is where you need to spend a lot of time preparing for 1000. How did you get that 100? You didn't get 100 by approaching 100 people. You got 100 by approaching 1000 people. You should already have 10,000 people in the pipeline who already are aware to a great extent of what you're selling. In fact, how can you get these 100 people talk about your product and service? Again, you have to constantly be out there and keep marketing. Awareness, awareness, awareness. Eugene Schwartz was the name of this author. Back in 1960s, I can't believe he wrote this book back in 1967. Evergreen book. It's called as something to do with advertising, how to make advertising work or something. Anyway, the gist of the book is, he says, First, people are in the unawareness stage. I don't know that I don't know. Then slowly they come to that stage of, I have a problem. So let me give the YGB example. Shubha ma'am, hello. So YGB, people are like, yeah, public speaking, communication, not really something that I need to work on as of now. Kind of unaware. But once you start interacting, pitching your idea, or in your corporate, others are getting opportunities. Oh, I need to improve my communication. So now you're in the problem stage. You know that you have a problem. Now, slowly you start looking for solution. Then you come to the solution awareness stage. Where is the solution? Where is the solution? You go Google, communication, effective communication, trainers, programs. And then you come to the product awareness, where they specifically talk about your product, or they're aware that there is a product like what you are selling. There is a product for women's safety. There's a product for poultry. So they're in that stage. Then super awareness stage. Everyone goes through this journey. Don't expect everyone to be aware right from the day go. So you have to go out there and keep doing a lot of marketing. For that, now in simple words, where are those low-hanging fruits? Who already has this problem? How badly they want the problem to be solved? And you need to know more about your customers or clients' problem than they know about their own problem. Good to continue? Yes, one more question. All the three questions about hiring people. Yeah, when to hire people, what kind of people to hire, how many to hire?
How to find best people in initial stage?
How to find best people in initial stage? This is an evergreen question even Tejasri ma'am has got it, being in the industry for last 20 years. Now, it's a HR question altogether. What I am doing as of now is for me to build the core team. When someone approaches me saying, this is what I am interested in, I don't say yes to them immediately. I tell them, this is the vision, because I'm not building a business. I'm not building a practice. I'm building an empire. I want this to outlive me. I want YGB Club to outlive me. Who can see that vision? Who can be in that vision? And of course, there is something that I call, I do a counseling session as Golden Vibe for me to understand what gives them that kick, what makes them jump out of the bed on a Monday morning. Forget about money. Money is unlimited in this world. Time is limited. How do they go about valuing time? What are their goals? Is it to have a home, one rented property, one car, this? I'm not saying right or wrong. If that is the vision, great. There is a particular responsibility I can give in the company, but not as a core team member. So you need to be very clear what kind of people. So it's like asking when IPL auction happens, what kind of people, where to find the best of the best bowlers, batsmen, all-rounders. So you need to know. You need to be very clear. Okay, now, if there is one thing that I want all of you to remember is this particular slide. How many applications have we got? Wow, 550 applications and one will walk away with 5 lakh rupees. Why should someone pick one, that particular one out of 550? If you want your business plan to be shortlisted within the 10 or definitely within 30, I have got a secret. Do you want to know? There's one activity you have to do. And I assure you that there is a lot of chance, great chance of your business plan being shortlisted from 550 to 30, within 30. Do you want to know what that particular activity is? Yes, no? I'll say it. But most of you will not do it. Because knowing is knowing, doing is doing. Knowing is knowing, doing is doing. But anyway, I'm here to do my job. This is what you need to do. And that is to do research. Parashuram, identify your potential customer from 100 plus people. Now, who are these 100 plus people? They are not your father, mother, uncle, auntie, neighbors, friends' mother. No. Eventually, we'll do that. Eventually, you'll do that, but it has to be 100 plus. The reason is, first you ask them, they will go about saying, Sakataಗಿದೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ idea, super idea, do it. Women's safety, oh yes, very much important. No, we have got more than half a billion people in women. Lot of safety is important. Yes, do it, very good. Talk more about it. Tell them, no, this is my vision, this is what I want to achieve, this is the plan. Then they'll say, class. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ ಗುರು ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ ಚಂದ್ರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು, ಇನ್ನು ಚಂದ್ರ ಲೇಔಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನೀನು. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. What an idea, Sir Ji. Shark Tank. You should go to Shark Tank. You should go to Shark Tank. Amazing. Awesome. These are all the things that people will say within that 100. Then you ask them this question. Sir, for that poultry kit, 75,000 rupees. Then they will go, ಯಾಕೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಫ್ರೀ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್ ಫ್ರೀ, ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಫ್ರೀ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಫ್ರೀ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೀ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? Then you will know they are not your customer. Then you start with 101. Go till 200. There you will know if 1 plus 1 is somewhere close to even 1. All the questions that you're asking, how to hire, how to ensure that we convince our potential customer, client, where to find them, do this. You will get to know. Entrepreneurship is not something you learn in a classroom or these kind of seminars. You take these ideas and you do it out there. You practice, you test it. Here at FKCCI, just last month, Women Entrepreneurs Day, Women's Day was happened, and for some reason they called me. And I'm like, why are they calling me Women's Day anyway? Of course, the conversation was around, no, it's not really fair. A lot of men, you have got a lot of advantages, so on and so forth. Conversations now happened around that place. But I said, you know what? End of the day, when you go to the play field, which is the market, they will not ask you whether it is, are you a male entrepreneur, female entrepreneur. Go to a vegetable market. Do you think the vendor will say, sir, ladies finger, ladies beldiradu, sir? You will go, tomato sir idea, ladies finger sir idea, brinjal sir idea, you will buy. You will not even know who the farmer is, from which state, which place that person is. That is how brutal the market is. So when you are out there, you have to ask the market, are they going to pay that money for what you are selling? For that, you have to go, do that research again and again. Selling price, I am sure Shravan would have covered all of this. If you could do the sales forecast, and if you could do cash flows forecast, nothing like that. Again, ChatGPT or some tool can do it for you. But do you understand? Why do you think we are expecting all of this? Why do you think the jury would love to see all of this? Can be change in the society. Ooh, talking like a politician. Keep it simple, yaar. To ensure that 1 plus 1 is it equal to 2. That's it. What you are doing in that business plan, give me 5 lakh rupees. Here is my business plan. This is what we want to achieve. This is what we will be 6 months from now, 1 year from now. You do the forecast. And everyone knows 1 plus 1 will never be equal to 2. We all know whatever we plan will not go exactly as planned. What's your plan B? What's your plan C? How can you reduce that gap? When someone says, I've got experience and expertise, this is how I hear. Probably this person knows how to ensure 1 plus 1 will be somewhere close to 2. If not, what's plan B, plan C? That is what we are trying to achieve here. Questions? Connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to take more questions as of now. Do you have time for that, Shravan? Oh, yes, we have another 5 more minutes.
Sir, there it was mentioned that knowing the critical price, like critical numbers, that is at what price we sell our product is important. But in today's generation, if there is a Nike brand which will offer them a t-shirt for 1,000 rupees, but my brand is offering them for 200 rupees, which will be of the same quality. But the people think that the quality is not good. That's the reason he's offering it for 200. So how can we overcome that at that situation?
See, it reminds me when I was in school, I had a friend called Shashir. On Apache anta karita idvi. No, address iratalla Apache Indian anta. We used to call him. School bag was there, Bata. Only Bata logo, everything was there. The other logos that he had put on his bag, Nike symbol ulta tick. Reebok, Adidas. Some people are brand conscious. They are not your customers. Brand. Jockey shirt, any jockey marketing ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ CA. For me, at this, okay, let me give you my own example. When I was in college, Hero, Honda, CBZ, modified, ಡುಬು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಪ್ಪನ್ ದುಡ್ಡಲ್ವಾ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬುಲೆಟ್. ವೈ ಬುಲೆಟ್? Hey, manly, army people ride bullet. ಇವತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಇದೇನು ಹೊಸ ಬುಲೆಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಬೈಕ್, ಅದು ಹಿಂಗ್ ಬಟನ್ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕಿಕ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
I've got two bullets. One is 2009 Electra, one is 1971 vintage vehicle. Hardly I take it out. Recently, I bought a second-hand Activa. ಆ ಬುಲೆಟ್ನ ಆಚೆ ತೆಗೆದು ಕಿಕ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ಬಗ್ಸಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳನ್ನ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವಳು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಎಗುರ್ತಾಳೆ. ಏನು ಬೇಡ, ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ತಗೊಂಬ, ಅವಳೇ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಡ್ರರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೊಂಡ್ರ ನೋಡಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡು. Which means now my priorities have changed. So this is where you need to know more about your customer. Who are those customers who are ready to pay the 200 for your shirt, who value that? Research. Questions? Yes.
What are your most okay?
Ali goes for it 5 ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಇರ್ಲಿ. I was feeling good. Someone is reducing. दुश्मन कहाँ है? बगल के पास.
I'm sorry, sir.
Miss, nodding, miss.
I tried to.
Yes.
Yeah. But what are your most important lessons out of it?
Out of all those 6 starters?
Yes.
As I've already mentioned, ensure that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Next thing is, don't try to do everything by yourself. Go out, ask for help. It is okay to ask for help. If you ask for help, you might look like a fool for 5 minutes. If you don't ask for help, you'll remain a fool for the rest of your life. Today, we have got people who have got experience, expertise in every way, HR, whatever it is. Go about how do you go about connecting the dots. This is what an entrepreneur is. How do you go about effectively connecting the dots? And again, it's a progress. It's a learning. We have to keep continuing. Oh, online questions. Hi, Sharada Madala. How to build the core team? Tejasri ma'am, would you like to answer that? How to build a core team? See, I'm sure many investors also would have answered this question. I've seen a lot of investors answering this question. Whenever someone says how to find that co-founder, that core team, it is more or less asking how to find that boyfriend or girlfriend or spouse. Starting ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಖತ್ತಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, awesome. Dream. This is what I was waiting for. ಕೊನೆಗೂ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಬರ್ತ್ ಕಲ್ಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ, ಹಾಗಾಯ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಗುರು, ಗಂಡ್ ಮಕ್ಳು ಇದೆ ಗುರು. We are dealing with the most complicated species on this planet, human beings. Our beliefs change, our values change, every day our thinking will change. So it's very difficult. How do you go about still pulling everyone together and maintaining that vision? Now, let me tell you this. My father and we had few other entrepreneurs who are from 70s and 80s. Their life was like this, which means I graduate, I do 1 degree, I work in one company and I retire in that company. 30 years, 40 years in the same company. One business, sufficient to take care of my family, safety, property, everything is done. 90s, 2000 start ಮಾಡಿದವ್ರ ಲೈಫ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಯ್ತು. Which means 2-3 different jobs, 2-3 different businesses. Today it is like this. The startup that you're probably starting may not exist, may not be relevant after 5 years. How can you be prepared for that? That's a challenge. So core team is not something you're going to have forever. So mentally be prepared. What can go wrong? 1 + 1 is not just for business. 1 + 1 will also be for relationships, for that core team. The hardest thing is, which I have learned after losing a lot of money, having the conversation with your co-founder. And most of the time when someone says, sir, navibru cheddi dostu sir, chikkorinda gottu sir, business start ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. Bada. Big red flag. Good friends doesn't mean good business partners. ಇವನ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಅವಾಗ ಮುಖ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನ್ ಮಗ ಕೊಡಲ್ವ ನೀನು? So which means you have to get into an agreement saying, if things doesn't go according to plan, in black and white, clearly, how do you go about solving it? Ask Shravan, he will have a lot of clients, business partners, who will be fighting for this. It's like getting into a marriage, wedding, and saying that, darling, if things doesn't go according to plan, illa the divorce notice. These are the terms and conditions. But in business, you should have that conversation. You should have that conversation. This is where bring in experts. Any other question here? 1 minute. Okay, Tejasri ma'am would like to add her thoughts on
How to build a core team. Okay. So this is something even I have challenged, or all entrepreneurs face this challenge. The first thing is, as rightly mentioned by Chinmay, if you look at your grandparents, right, if they were entrepreneurs, they were, one, either look at them as entrepreneurs or the people who used to work for a organization for a decade or 2 decades. And the reason was, okay, they are the breadwinners of the family, they have to earn, however is the atmosphere, they were not worried. At the end of the day, they have to earn money, right? So they were very loyal. And rather than saying loyal, I can also rephrase it as loyalty never existed, but it was the need for a job when our grandparents used to work. So having clocked that 8 hours, 10 hours, or 12 hours a day, when our parents started working, it was not just a need for a job, but it was the standard of living. They wanted to increase the standard of living. So it was nothing about being sticking on to a particular organization, right? It was about, if somebody else can pay me better, somebody else can, give me a better designation, I would want to go ahead working with them, right? So what you call about the core team, that started diluting when our parents started going to that organization. But when it comes to us today, it's not even need for a job. It's not the standard of living, because that's already set by our parents. It's the quality of living that we are talking about, right? So that's, we call it as the social atmosphere that what an organization can give for us, right? So if I look at my siblings today, it's not need for job, it's not standard of living, it's definitely the kind of the social atmosphere that the organization can provide, right? So I think if each one of us as entrepreneurs can start banking on the attitude of our core team members rather than the experience of core team member in this digital era, I think we can build our core team, right? So recently when we were having this discussion, Abhishek and I, we were just conversing on this, and we said, let your other partner win, allowing their decisions, respecting their decision also is the foundation for building a core team. That's also something that each one of you have to keep in mind. So complementary, having a business partner with a complementary set of qualities, right? Say I am good at marketing, he is good at managing finance, somebody is good at branding, but somebody else is good at brand positioning. So identifying the quality of a core team member, respecting their roles and responsibility in the organization will also help build a core team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Tejasvi ma'am. So unknowingly making the other person win. Sounds like a marriage advice. I do all it with my wife. Huh.
When you're starting a new business, they say that we should think as a businessman also, customer also. If in which particular area we should think as a businessman, and which area we should think as a customer. If we take an customer, there will be more problems we will get. When we think as a businessman, we will get solution. So in which areas we should concentrate more on?
See, it is not about whether you think like a customer or whether you think like a business owner. You have to keep thinking. End of the day, will you be able to sell that product or service? Now, some people ask me, Chinmay, do you think how much percentage of hard work should I do? How much percentage of smart work should I do? Please do some work. What's the outcome? That is what it is. What is that outcome? I want to sell this, whatever. Again, tangible. It has to be numbers. How will you go about achieving it? In fact, one of my mentors used to say, no, people have said, right, give your best, forget the rest. Give your best. No, don't give your best. Don't give your best. Give what it takes to achieve it, period. Give what it takes. Think, customer, client, employee, in all direction you think until you achieve that particular thing. Any other question? How much time do we have? Okay, probably we'll finish that online question. We'll come back to you. Yadu Mandarana. Aurda. Oh, hello. Rajdeep. Hey man, hey. Rajdeep, since our business plan is structured in 3 phases, starting with consulting and later expanding into investment in e-commerce, do you think it's more strategic to showcase the full version early on, or should we focus deeply on phase 1 and introduce the rest only when we gain initial traction? Shubha ma'am, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so I think you should focus on initially taking off the business. The plan could be for a longer duration, but each step has to be achieved before you go to the next step, right? So, okay, when you're doing your, like Shravan said yesterday, when you're making your cash flow statement, your balance sheet, you're focusing for 3 to 5 years. So, ideally, initial stage, if you plan for 3 to 5 years, whether your e-commerce business is coming within the 3 years or beyond 3 years, is what you have to look. Having a very long-term vision is a great idea, but planning in deep for the next 5 years is more relevant, for at least from investor perspective. Am I right?
Well, CA Shubha ma'am, she by the way, she consults, or she used to consult Rakesh Junjunwala and other investors. Yeah. They almost believed it. Parashuram, can you scroll up or down? Oh, by the way, one question. Yes.
You really raised the bar. Namaskara, sir. You have really raised the bar for what a business talk should look like. I'll not lower the standard. So, my question is if you had zero budget but full confidence and you had to start a brand, what exactly would you do as your first step? Thank you.
Okay. See, probably I need to give a pep talk. Empty pockets never held people back. It was empty minds and empty hearts. So if you have that kind of a passion, then eventually, you will figure out, you will find people out there. And this is where I'm telling all of you, it is okay to ask help and be clear with whom you're going to ask for help. I went to Australia back in 2012 once again. I had education loan to pay. 35,000 rupees was the education loan I had to pay, and my monthly salary was 38,000 back in 2011 and 12. So I decided, let me go do any kind of job. First, let me pay off this 14, 15 lakhs that I've got. So I went there, I started working as a door-to-door salesman. Then I approached the operations manager, the director. I said, you know what, this is not working numbers. By then I had understood numbers and many other things. So I pitched it to him. He said, Chinmay, if you can implement all of this, I would like you to work within the company in the office as operations manager and definitely raise in salary. That is all I wanted to hear, raise in salary. Don't give me all your vision and those, because my need was very clear. I have to pay off my education loan, period. Core team, vision, mission, hell with you. ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. As simple as that. I was very clear at that time. Got it. From 30 people, I grew the company to 150 people. Within 6-8 months, I paid off the loan. The point I'm trying to say here is, you have to go out and meet people. Your network is directly or indirectly proportional to your net worth. Imagine if you have built that kind of a relationship with people. And do this. Go join all the social organizations. You want to raise funds. One message. How many people are ready to give you money? Now, if you have a vision which has a purpose, I'm sure there'll be people who would be interested in investing. Money is unlimited in this world. Time is limited. Think from that perspective. And of course, it's not going to be that smooth walk. Up, down, 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 up, up. It will all happen. Maybe one more question? Yes. Last question. Huh?
So you might need to put a stop to it. So when do you think is the right moment and we can say stop?
I thought about this question for a long time. And still I haven't found that kind of a checklist. Tick, 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 quit the business. What I have done is, because yes, I have stopped a couple of the businesses that I started back in 2015, 17. COVID also had a big impact. So this is where I have fortunately surrounded myself with people who see more in me than that I see in myself. They'll say, Chinmay, nin strength, nin idukke, you should be focusing on this. It's bad akono, idu nodo idu. So I openly ask them. Now, this is where you have to learn to detach. This is me, this is my business. Don't sit on your business and say, this is my business. That's the most dangerous thing. You ask any parent which is the most beautiful baby in the world? My baby. Which is the most beautiful business plan? All 550 of you will say my business plan. And then you will get rejected. When someone says your baby is ugly, how will you take that feedback? So you never know. See, again, now that we're talking a little bit about relationship, when to stop that relationship.
Thanks.
Back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I must say that was really an interactive session, actually, rather than just speaking and doing things. I just request Tejashri and Shubha Ganesh to felicitate Chinmay Anand. Yeah. Students, please just stay back, not to leave the premises in between, please.
Situated in the serene Warmanjur neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz, our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. Four academic blocks house engineering, business management, and computer application programs, ensuring a conducive environment for academic growth. Imagine creative spaces like an amphitheater, open air stage, and a lively student square, fostering self expression and talent development. Fuel at our well equipped coffee shop and full fledged canteen offering nutritious meals. Late night cravings? We have got you covered with the Lassi Corner. Prioritizing physical well being, our campus boasts excellent sports infrastructure promoting holistic student development. At SJEC, experience a unique blend of academic excellence, creative spaces, and a connection with nature. Study and grow in a place that values both intellect and personal development. Join us for a vibrant academic journey surrounded by greenery and inspiring infrastructure. Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College.
Social group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Gracefully located at the edge of Bangalore city, the institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Here, dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Mangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It's a campus with 9 acres of land spread with world-class infrastructure laboratories, well experienced faculties, and state of art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream. Education is the key to unlock the world. Our vision is to ensure quality higher education and to enable stakeholders to face the contemporary challenges of the world with courage, confidence, and commitment. World-class infrastructure, research and innovation center, world-class digital classrooms, and experienced teaching fraternity. The forensic department is well equipped with modern technology. Class library. A college library is the central hub of research and study. Placement and internships.
The Training and Placement Department at Soundarya Institute of Management and Science offers a varied range of skill-based programs to all the streams such as commerce, management, computer application, forensic science, law. Our programs such as internships and learn while you earn gives a hands-on experience to students.
Sports facilities. We hold top position for sports under Bangalore University. And equipped multi-gym, where we sweat and grow stronger together, forging lasting friendships in every rep. Extracurricular activities. Friendship, memories. Soundarya Group of Institutions, Soundarya Nagar, Nagasandra Post, Bangalore 560073. www.simsbangalore.com.
Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warmanjur neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban.
May I ask all the students to assemble back to the auditorium, please? Let's start with our next session. Startup by Miss Vandana Suri. Vandana Suri is the founder of TaxShe, a World Bank and UNDP awardee for creating safe mobility solution for women and kids. One hand, they have women cab driving kids to schools and tuitions, and women to officers and late night airport drivers. On the other hand, they train women clients to self drive and just get off the risk of abuse in public transport itself. Taxi has been around for a decade now and created 1.2 million abuse free drivers and has trained over 2,500 plus women to be driving independently. Vandana is an ex investment banker turned cabbie and driving instructor with a lot of pride, and she believes it is important to MAD to ignite a revolution. She is a TEDx speaker who got multiple awards, which she has lost track on numbers, but she believes that what counts is how many women have joined the revolution or got impacted by the same. What else I can say? The stage yours, Vandana, please.
Yeah. Hello everyone. कितना slow hello है. You are the youth of the country, man. Come on, louder. Hello. So all of you here are learning entrepreneurship. Do I get that right? You all are putting your pitch decks or trying to figure out what to do, what you want to do with your life as far as business is concerned. Do I understand you right? Yeah. Simple thing. With whatever she introduced, let me now put that here. So my name is Vandana Suri. I'm an ex-investment banker. Yeah, तो पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करी है मैंने. CA VA किया, CA inter fail. No, CA inter pass final fail. Yeah, but I got into investment banking and life took a different turn. I became a taxi driver. Yeah, a total U-turn. My mother fell off the seat the day I told her I want to be a taxi driver. But how did it make business sense, right? So a big part about business is understanding what is missing. For you, business may be just making money. Money you can make anytime. We'll sell vada pav also on the road. It's a good money making business. Fantastic business, I must tell you that. But when you're trying to be entrepreneurial, when you're trying something different, you're coming to FKCCI to take training, you need to find that gap in the market. So why did I become a taxi driver? All of us women out here, we know how unsafe we feel in public transport. Yeah. Everywhere our antennas are up, tung, 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 right? So this actually happened to me post Nirbhaya, where there was this rape. Everybody knows the Nirbhaya. Were you all alive at that time? You're all small? No, you all were grown up by then. Okay. So when Nirbhaya happened, we were all fully charged up and everybody was screaming, shouting on Facebook and doing morchagiri, everything. Correct? No. After that, a year later, there was a rape in an Uber in Delhi. This lady had a booze, had a little bit of drink, was sloshed out, and then she got raped in a cab. Now, that was what really triggered me. Like, really, what are we doing out here? So, Nirbhaya, pura tension plus this rape incident really, really triggered me. And in the headlines the next day, so they had this big Uber splashing with that fellow who raped and major newspaper thing. But there was one line that caught my eye, and that victim, the lady who got raped, she had said that if there was a woman driving me, this would not have happened. And that was my no-brainer moment. Sometimes you'll have this thing in your head. A lot of entrepreneurship thing has to do with that switch in your head. That was where life changed for me. Yeah. So I decided, oh, I had a lot of guts. I could drive well. And I just dumped in investment banking to the side and became a taxi driver because I wanted to understand what is happening on the ground level. So tomorrow you guys get into business and you think, oh, I will sit in an office and there'll be nice funding come and I will have my teams around. Trust me, your teams will take you for a ride. You need to get down on your ground level and understand what's happening there. So when I became a taxi driver, I realized why women were not there in this segment. So firstly, if I was driving any man behind me, okay, I was scared. Oh my God, will this guy do something to me? Sorry, guys, not all men, but for women, all men. Yeah, we feel unsafe sitting in a cab with guys, strange guys. So I said, okay, I will not drive men. Point number one, my filtration happened. Sorry, gender filtration, but it did happen. Secondly, I was like, the regular Ola, Uber, ping, 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 यहाँ जाओ, वहाँ जाओ, इधर से जाओ, उधर pick up करो, उसको pick up करो. I didn't have any time to breathe. So I decided I needed a little more comfortable timing as well. I needed to be closer to my home. Something happens to my child in the house, I'm the one who has to rush out. Nobody else is going to go. Women are the first ones to take care. Guys, still you guys have it all good. I'm telling you. So, but then we are the ones who run first. So then I decided, and no washrooms, huh? Guys, you guys go everywhere on the roads. We women don't have washrooms on the road. This is a reality, big, big time reality, right? So ping, 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 mein bathroom kahan jaun, bhai? Right? So then I decided I needed to have a business which would give me the flexibility of being closer to my house so I can go home, manage things, use my washrooms. I needed to have a time. I couldn't be driving in aimlessly in the middle of the night waiting for some customer to call me. So I had to have a predictive business, right? And I had to be safe. Correct? So three gaps why women were not there were identified because I went on the road. So then I started driving children to schools and tuitions. That gave me safety. I was having the time of my life. I was doing Baba Black Sheep in the car. Like literally, I didn't get time to enjoy my own kid growing up. I was enjoying the other kids out here. I got hurt in my little pinky today, kind of thing. Lots of fun. Yeah. So when I was driving children, I was driving kids to schools, tuitions, going back home, managing my stuff, and then going back. So I became like a school van for children. A van ले लिया. So morning we were driving children to schools and tuitions. After evenings we were driving women from offices, and then we went on to late night airport drives. Now all this business strategy happened around me being on the ground. Yeah. So everyone, you guys are all starting out in your minds. First, get on the ground and understand what is the problem, what is the solution before you take others aboard. Acha, now I went into the slums. Then I said, okay, now I need more women drivers. So all of you do market survey and all, no? You know what was my market survey? I went on Facebook. I had never done a market survey in my life. I went on Facebook. My Facebook was a boring account. I had never used it other than, just looking hello, hi, here, there, So I went on Facebook and I put up a post that day that, listen, this is what I want to do. So can somebody in your circle, can you refer me women who'll become taxi drivers with me? Right? I need people. I didn't get a single taxi driver from there because Facebook is very upmarket, educated. Nobody wanted to be a taxi driver. But what came out from that post was 3,000 calls for women cabs. And that was my market tester. Okay, I have business here. There were so many calls, I couldn't go to the loo that day. It was that bad. Yeah. So I said, okay, market survey done. Business is here. Now to solve the problem. So I started working around with NGOs, trying to go into the slums. Now, I didn't know Kannada. Okay, I'm a Bombayite. I'm living here, shameless me for a long time, but I did not know Kannada. And I'm going into the slums myself, nobody with me. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to talk. You know who helped me? I was trying to look for this lady, some nurse, and I was trying to find somebody who will tell me where she is. Nobody was helping. So there was this young girl, 6-year-old child in her nice little pavade. She was dancing on that mud. And I was trying to talk to her in broken Hindi, कि यहाँ पे ना एक lady है, आप जानते हैं क्या, and all that stuff. So she just gave me a dirty look and she said, I know English. I said, oh, this is good. I found somebody whom I can converse with. So that 6-year-old girl became my translator. I nicely held her little pinky. I started walking down the slums with her. There was one sappu lady, one sabji wala somewhere. And I started talking to people with a 6-year-old girl holding my finger. That's what my first mobilization that happened in the slums, right? So, your business learning from here is resources are everywhere. You need to open your eyes and find them. Cheap resources, free resources. Yeah, you don't have to really go out and pay. Your first time when you're doing something new now, make all the mistakes you can. Abaya, interesting part, I started getting these women from the slums. They were very excited. She's going to make me drive. I can go all over the place. I can get out of my house. Then we had to convince their families, listen, she's safe, don't worry. The families were like, Arey, what is this? My daughter or my wife cannot go in the middle of the night. I said, no middle of the night, boss. Morning to evening, just to drop children. Ashtana, come, let's do this. So then their family started slowly. It took me months, 2, 3 months of convincing to families. And you know what actually clicked? I was telling the taxi drivers, the male guys, they, you sleep at home, let her work, da. That worked for me. So they were like, okay, I'll sleep and she'll drive my car. Okay, cool, take her. That psychology actually worked with me. So sometimes just the right way of this is how it should be is not the right way. Sometimes you have to just go around the bend and figure out what is it that's going to click in their head. Now these girls came to me and I took them to Maruti to get trained in driving. So first thing the trainer said, "ये रे तुम किधर से आया? तुम अभी यहाँ पे क्वीन एलिजाबेथ बनेगा, ड्राइविंग सीखेगा, मेरा काम लेगा." So she was a threat to those male trainers out there. And I realized, yeah, this is not going to work. So 1 year we were training the girls, no effect only. They were not learning because there was somebody telling her negatively all the time, you can't do this, you can't be a heroine now, you know. So then I decided to become a trainer. I had never trained anybody in my life. Okay. But what to do? We change avatars, no, in all our social media and all our games. We wear those new clothes, no? What is that? Fortnite. You have all that, no? You just changed. So I became a trainer. Yeah. And I started training girls how to drive. And I was like, I didn't know what to do technically, but I knew how to work with my heart. So what was working in those trainings with me that was not there with the drivers, with the trainers, was that I was believing in her. I told her, no, you can do this. Come on, you can do this. Come, come, come. It's okay. It's gone wrong again. Let's do this. Let's do this. This belief in her that she will do it, that was what was converting them into professional drivers. So when you have your teams tomorrow, you have to learn to believe in that person. It's not just a money making resource for you. It's a human being out there with a lot of feeling, lot of encouragement to be given to your own team. Yeah. Now that started working, and touch wood, we rocked. I got a World Bank award. My office is one chair. Yeah, that red color chair. One chair I have it. That's it. That's my office. I'm a Chindi Sindhi. I don't spend money. Yeah. And in fact, the pandemic taught us that we can go home and aram say work from home and wherever. I too had to drive cabs. What will I do with an office? Na? So I have one chair. I pay in Chindi 5,000 rupees rent for that chair. Address chahiye. You need an address. Yeah. Now with that one chair, I got a World Bank award. Imagine. Huh? They found me from somewhere. So there's an award for being mad. Okay. I think that's what I've been getting all through my life. So the World Bank identified me from someone, somebody said, somebody spread the word. I got a World Bank award. I went to Washington, DC. I sat in that amazing building where, prime ministers and presidents are coming. And, I was this Indian chutti sa girl over here. And I was telling them how I'm changing the world. What was working was my thought process. Why did they give me this award? That there is somebody who's thinking different. Maybe it's a little, she's very small, she's just a spark right now, but the spark can cause fire, no? Fire comes from where? First spark only, right? So that is what they could identify. 2 years later, the United Nations gave me an award. I said, very good. I don't know how they found me, but I just love it. Let the word spread. Yeah. And I think this word spreading is very good. So when you're doing something good in life, invariably, you'll find your salespeople. They'll go and sell you to somebody or the other. Talking about you, spreading your word is selling you. So find salespeople who you don't have to pay, okay? People who believe in you. They're the ones, right? I'm just trying to correlate the entire thing to business. Ab aaya pandemic. Oh, you all were still in college doing online courses, man. I can't do online taxi business, no. What I'll do taxi business? So I went to zero. I became a pauper. I became a beggar. Reality bites. Okay. Now with the way US is going, God knows what will happen again. But yes. So I went into severe debt because no business, no cabs allowed on the road. What am I supposed to do? I'm a very middle class person. I went into 70 lakhs of personal debt. Yeah. I put my gold on the line. Your gold is very handy, yeah, in all these things. 45 minutes you get money. Very simple it is. You don't have to give your credit worthiness, nothing. 45 minutes, you'll get money out. Patak. Amazing it is, a very cheap also. Other finances and all will give you at some to 18-20%. This is like 8%, 9%. Damn good. So anyways, I pumped money into my company. I had 56 taxi drivers by then. And I was paying salaries and the pandemic wasn't going only. So then I had to stop my losses. So I think about 8 or 10 months we paid girls. I went into 70 lakhs of working capital debt. And then I said, stop. So I went to zero. I let go all my girls. I returned all my cabs back. But I still had the loans on my head without any resource. Now, God knows what will happen after that. We didn't know. But we said, okay, everybody's in it. We will also survive. Interestingly, tables turned that day. Second phase, you all would have had someone in your family in the hospital. Everybody had somebody known. No ambulances coming, madness. I mean, hospital beds were going at 50,000 bucks per day, per night. It was amazing. Now, in this entire thing, I had my customers, the same children that we picked up and dropped. I had my customers, and these ladies said, listen, I have a car standing right here in my house. and husband is dying. I cannot take him to the hospital. तुमने इतनी गरीब लड़कियों को ड्राइविंग सिखा दिया, मुझे भी सिखा दो. I said, okay. I तो had to train. No, teacher, whether I train government school or I train a private school, how does it matter? And that became a very big business vertical for me. It was my float, it was my survival float that I had business again. So I started training women customers how to drive on their own cars. Again, the driving school industry does like 2,200 crores a year business. 70% customer base women and barely 12, 13 lady instructors in the whole country. So I said, chalo, I can train. I've trained these girls. I will train more. That became my, what do you call that? My boat, my ship that saved me. I started training women how to drive. Now the business was so much, abhi akele main kya karu? So I started reaching out to women, corporate women who lost their jobs in the pandemic. I said, you know how to drive? Yeah, I know how to drive. Okay, come train somebody else. I started franchising my business to more women who needed a job at that point of time. It became a hub and spoke model for me, right? It's just that idea and how you are able to replicate more and more. Today we have branches in Bangalore, of course, we have in Gurgaon, in Coimbatore, in Thane, in Mumbai. And we are just going berserk all country. All I'm telling women, you know how to drive, come. You know how to drive, come. So, as far as statistics is concerned, we've trained what about? In the last 2 years post pandemic, we trained about 2,500 women to drive in Bangalore alone. Yeah. So, when a woman knows how to drive, she's safe. Why? Don't take the risk, no, of auto, taxi, whatever. Go yourself, man. So, my idea of creating safety was still running, right? I was doing it only in a different way rather than the cabs. I still have cabs. We are mushrooming back into the cabs, but it's a mushroom only right now. It is not a big tree. So it's okay, but there is something else which has kept me alive, right? And more women started coming in. Now, the takeaway from all of this, okay, is that when you believe that you're gone, no, everybody goes through that phase. You all will also, business has this thing, ups and downs, stock market का जैसे अपना life भी ऐसे ही होता है. But everything is not over. You are breathing, no? So there is a purpose to why you're breathing. You're meant to achieve something. You're meant to do something. You've started that business with a certain purpose in your mind. So don't give up. Just think of how you can utilize your skills that you have in a different way. Don't go this, everybody is the same thing. Everybody is doing Zepto. I'll also do Zepto. How will your valuations go up? You should find out what is missing in Zepto and take that as a problem statement. Yeah. So this is what I wanted to tell you about mobility industry. Women are very few in this industry. But while everybody says it's a male dominated industry, I look at it as opportunity for women. We are not there means I will take it. Simple, no? Look at education. Education industry, women were not allowed to go to school many years back. Yeah. Then one lady, Savitri Bai Phule, took one jhanda and she started the girls' school. I'm sure people threw cow dung at her at that time. In those days, I'm talking. I'm sure she got hit and I don't know what gundagardi would have happened with her, but then she stuck her game. But today, we all women are educated here and our parents, the guys, your moms are all educated because somebody started the fire then, right? In fact, today 78% of the education industry is dominated by women. So imagine that cycle from there, no? From where we were not led to go to school to here where we dominate. Technology, all of you women in tech, today women in tech is 25%. I didn't, the only thing I ever learned about tech was there was one dabba computer in my college, in my school. That is all I saw. I never even worked in it. I didn't know what is the keyboard. It was that bad. So from there today, 25% of the industry is run by women. So why not mobility? Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to change the mobility industry for women so that we make it safer for all of us. For all guys, it is your problem also. Your girlfriends going alone is not good. It's not safe. Your sisters not safe. Tomorrow you guys get married, have kids, your daughter's not safe. So women's safety is a man's issue as well. It's not about women's liberation and jhanda maroing here. It is everybody's problem. Yeah. So here's encouraging you guys to think differently. Think what is missing. Go deep down. Yeah. And then jump on your idea. Don't just think, "Arey, paisa banane ka." Paisa to just trading also you'll make money. Yeah. What is the difference? Thank you so much. I'm going to open this up. Can I take some questions if somebody has any questions? Yes, please. There is one mic. There's a mic over here. Thank you. Give it to Mr.
Hi, ma'am. Myself, Manoj.
Yes, Manoj.
My question is, you or your colleagues may gone through that. There is a male ego in society. How did you overcome that? And one more thing, one more question is, you are talking about the women's safety.
Yes.
With the driving.
Yes.
In that, a woman driver have to go and pick up some other women's, right? So the safety within the car, outside the car, how did you manage?
So first point is managing the male ego. Yes, it was a very big thing. No, we packaged it very differently. So I did not target women cab, women cab. No, I said alternate mothers dropping your children to school. What did I pitch? Totally different. Then everybody, every parent. So I hit on a parent's mind and not a man's mind, because my whole core was dropping kids to schools and tuitions. So the branding, the packaging changed of the same product. As far as women and women inside the same car, we have no problems with each other. We can go cackle for 5 hours together and we won't know also time gaya. So there is no safety problem inside. I don't drive, guys. I mean, like sometimes, women are like, my husband will also come. I said, no, you take an Ola, don't come with me. I don't want any risk on myself. So I think inside the cab, we actually have a snore count. So everybody takes success. No, success means funding, success means falana tamkana, success means, for me, success means how comfortable are my clients in the car. Okay, that's success to me. So in the night when 3 o'clock ladies go, no, they go, they snore in the car. Yeah, that is success to me. She's so comfortable sitting in the car that she's snoring away to glory. Yeah. Yes.
My question is, the second question is actually, within the cab, it's comfortable and safety, everything is good, okay. But outside the cab, when to pick up other woman, a woman driver has to visit the location alone with the car or whatever. So while on the way, what were the precautions that you have taken for the safety purpose?
So first of all, my women in the night segment, daytime is everybody safe actually. Night segment, I have those burly 30, 45-year-old women. I don't have those little delicate darlings. Hey, at that age, at 40, we can beat up anybody. You think a lot of courage comes into us. So I actually use age as a benefit. Okay, that's one thing. The classification, the quality of the product that you're going to give out. So age was an important part. Second thing, I don't have pink color cars, man. I'm like, no, I'm a lady driving. No, I don't call for attention. I have regular cars just like anybody else with slips in. The girls are also trained to beat up people. Self-defense, no. I will teach them how to beat up somebody when it comes to it. Right? The chui mui thing doesn't work with me. You see, my body language is like that. All of them are like this only. Right? So we train them to be very aggressive when needed. And if somebody is tailing them, there could be incidents. We tell them somebody is tailing you, just go straight, drive into a police station. Let him tail you and come behind. It's okay. Right? So we don't take pangas with people on the road at all. Not at all. I tell my girls, if anybody scratched your car and all, don't sit and fight on the road. You decide first. If there are a lot of people around, and somebody's hit your car, then you become abla nari and cry. Okay, you have to change your, again, that, you have to change that clothes onto yourself. Then you become Abla Nari. Nobody on the road and you're fighting with a man, just go drive, man, let him go to hell. then you become Chandiga Roop. Okay, again, it's how you change what it is that you want to show outside. Is that clear? Yeah? Any other questions? Yes?
Namaste, ma'am. I'm convinced that Sindhi entrepreneurs do business magic. In your journey till date, what's a moment in your life when your impact on women made you emotional? Thank you.
I think my impact is a daily impact. Okay. Every day I feel that. I mean, that's what runs me. So just a handful, I told you we had 56 drivers before. And with those 56 drivers and handful numbers, we did a 1.2 million abuse free drives. It's like one car has 10 kids, 20 kids, so many, right? I didn't even know when the whole thing happened. So for me, it's a daily thing, daily, it pumps me up. Even when I today I run that break free model where I train women to drive. For me, that every woman who gets independent, no, is like, it's like a kick in my life. I don't need daru varu and all. I get a high like that only. I don't need any substance. Just that, okay, she's gone. She's flying on her own. It motivates me every single day. Pura feminism ghus ghus ke ghus gaya andar. Yeah. That's what I do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think you guys are done. Thank you for patiently listening. And I hope it opened your mind about certain things. Thanks.
Thank you, Vandana, to you as well. I request Tejasri to felicitate Vandana. Let's prepare for the next session. So now we have a talk by past Manthan winner, Mr. Suchandra S. Vanekar, founder and CEO of Billionaire Times Private Limited, creator of Gold Pay, India's first pay in gold technology. Over to you. You will use this.
Use my mic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. So yes. So I am Suchandra Swanekar. So let me brief about my Manthan journey. So my dream project started at my school days when I was in 10th grade, and there was something hitting me every day that I should do a venture of my, which is like India's first, world's first, and all the other things. So I was just thinking how to get started. Then I realized that my family business is already there, and I can cater and understand the same industry to make this much better. So then there was a moment where Manthan, I was known about Manthan. So I joined Manthan. I participated in Manthan on 2021. So when I was here on Manthan at 2021, I thought that my business is the best and I will definitely win. So there is no doubt in even presenting or doing anything. So you remember when I was asked to present, no, I asked the jury many questions. One of them was, will my idea be copied? So how is all the things going on? I'm sure you all have the same doubt. But today, let me just give you one clarity that idea is not important, execution is important. So execution is the key. So just to clarify that doubt of yours. So later, when I participated at Manthan on 2021, I cleared the first round. The second round also went well. But unfortunately, they dropped me at the second round. So I was very much confused that why am I dropped? Because I thought I am having the best plan and best business idea ever. So I was very much confused that why am I dropped out. So then I started reaching out to the Manthan team, asking them to know the reason that why am I being dropped out. So they told me that they are not aware of the reason, but they can pass me the jury's mail ID so I can connect with them and ask them why I have been dropped out. So then I got a mail IDs of all the two, three juries. Then I mailed every one of them. One of them was Mr. Ankur Basin sir. So he's not present today, but Ankur sir gave me his number and told we can connect. So then I realized what was wrong with my business pitch or what was wrong with my idea. So the idea back then on 2021 was like a rock. So nothing was streamlined. It was like I wanted to do everything. So if anyone asked me who is your target customers, I was telling the whole India, everyone. So that's a pretty much wrong answer. But I was thinking the same way. Everyone is my customers and no strategy. I mean, everything was like okay with me. So then he realized me that how I can make my pitch better. So then I went back to my drawing room. I sat down. I understood what I can make it better. So then I understood after so many months one thing, that you don't have to make it so much big. It should be very simple. Single thing is enough. So then I reapplied for Manthan at 2022. So then where I started the whole enjoying the whole journey of Manthan. So Manthan is a great place because it's like a reality presentation for you. You know, we anyone in management knows that people tell you how we can form companies, how we can manage companies, how we can do HR and all the other roles. But it's not that easy that how you think, because you all been hearing of this AGM, annual general meeting and all. So if you think about this annual general meeting, you'll be having something in your head that okay, if I'm having a AGM, it will be like so much a big conference or a big meeting room or so many other things and all. But in reality, when you start your startup, you understand that it's just on a call. Like you just call your director or your partner and you just tell him we are doing okay. We have just signed this. You will get a printout. You'll just sign. That's all about AGM. So this is how things happen. So this is what is reality. So in my Manthan journey, I understood that this is the reality flow, how it works actually. So I was not aware how to form a company, how to run a company, and the forms of different types of organizations, at least many things was not clear to me. It started getting clear each day by day. So each day was a big learning for me, and each day I enjoyed, because it was not that I was doing this to win this competition, because winning competition will only make me win the competition, not win the product. So winning product was my goal. So once the Manthan journey was done, again the biggest question was how to scale this or how to make this into reality, because though you get network and you get to see, you get to meet many people, you get to meet a big group of peoples. Let me tell you one important things you should never forget. When you are having some idea in mind, don't think you want funding, you want to go with someone who wants to fund this and all, because funding is something which everyone are confused about. When you have something in your mind or in particular industry, I'm pretty much sure that not everyone will know so much that you have understood about that industry. So if you are asking for anyone else from other industry like a edtech to invest in a fintech, he doesn't know about fintech. So whatever you tell will not be going into him. So try to find the right person. A right person can only lead you to the perfect way. So that's all about the Manthan's journey. And Manthan journey, it's not like uh, I've just not attended Manthan as a competition, because I just attended Manthan as a complete new learning of mine. I remember I was sitting just there between one of you just 2 years back. So it's just a story of 2 years back. So everyone amongst you can be here today. I'm very much grateful for the Manthan team, for Shravan sir, for having me here, for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you all. Just 2 years past Manthan's journey. I mean, this is a wonderful thing. Everyone should experience this. I hope you all that you can experience this wonderful moment, because Manthan give you that opportunity to speak, to come and you share your views. So yeah, let's talk about my product now. So today in the digital era, we are all using Phone Pay, Google Pay, and we are all using this payments app. So do you know this payments app? You use any of the payments app, the underlying asset is rupee, right? The UPI is connected with the rupee, so you make a payment. The payment is going from rupee. So what if we change this underlying asset from rupee, which is not stable, to much more stable global asset? So that's gold. So what we are doing is we are changing the underlying asset from rupee to gold. So when I want to make a payment, I enter the amount and the receiver receives the money in the form of gold. So that's gold pay, where you make payments in the form of gold, not money. So the advantage of receiving in the form of gold is that you get to see the appreciated price of gold, and it's not any digital gold because there is no lock-in or vaulting process here. It's a complete new form which we have created called the hybrid form. So we are bringing the first, or we can call it India's first payments technology in gold. So that's all about gold pay. So currently what we are doing is we are not onboarding or we are not focusing on users. We are completely focusing on merchants to onboard more and more businesses. Yeah, so let me now give you time for everyone to ask some Q&A about Manthan and things what you want to know about the Manthan journey, or you have any startup doubts. Yes. Yes, anyone? You can just raise your hand. Yeah, yes, please. Keep it very less, very short. That's the best way, because you have so much to tell, people won't understand. Keep it in just single line. Single line, short, just 8 slides is more than enough. Don't bring too many images, animations, and all other things. Simple is the best. Anything else? Yes, please. Definitely, because what was happening with me is uh, I was thinking this idea. See, you can tell this idea is so streamlined today, but this was not as how it was from my childhood. It was like a big rock. I was having the idea, but not a sculpted one. But this idea, the same idea was there from my childhood, yes. Because this was there before UPI. Any other questions you want to ask about Manthan's journey, or you want to know how the next round will be? Yeah. Okay. Yes, anyone from this side? Well, I think there is no any other questions left. So let me just brief around. Let me just wrap around how the Manthan's next sessions will go on for you all to know. So get ready to have one storyline of yours. So this is very important for you all. So you'll be asked. I mean, you should be knowing your story. What is your startup story? So keep this startup story very impactful, because the startup story is very, very important, because this doesn't tell about your startup, it tells about you as well. Okay, so yeah, thanks for having me once again. Thank you, Manthan team. Thank you, Shravan sir. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sachandra. That was really an insightful about Manthan. May I please request Ms. Tejashree to please facilitate our speaker. Thank you so much for coming, actually. Thank you so much for Coming to our next topic, we have another panel discussion moderated by CA Shubha Ganesh. On the panel, we have Mr. Savio D'Souza, Mr. Tony Jose, and Dr. Nikhil Sikri. And I request CA Shravan Gudutur to please welcome the panelists on the dais, please. We now request our committee members to please. This is a panel discussion on the topic. Not audible. It's not audible. No.
Check, check, check.
Hello, students. We are having now a panel discussion of what is the investor expectations from a business plan. So to do this session today, I have got leading people from the industry who have done their own startups and have been very successful in doing so. Let me give a brief introduction about our panel. Mr. Tony Jose is a seasoned professional with 17 years of experience in genomics industry. He's a founder and CEO of Clevergene and SugarStrings AI. He has played a pivotal role in advancing genomic applications in healthcare, and he began his journey with Clevergene, but now is doing SugarStrings AI, if I'm not mistaken. So his startup is a cutting edge one with DNA sequencing, genomics, and AI driven genomics. Next on the panel, we have Dr. Nikhil Sikri. Nikhil Sikri is co-founder of Zolostace. And as you all, I think as students, you all be knowing about Zolostace. So it is the largest co-living and student living startup offering secure, hygienic, premium co-living spaces to students. Dr. Sikri is actually a medical doctor with background and also has done his ISB management degree. And he believes in pursuing a vocation that holds personal meaning and not a career. He was nominated as EY Entrepreneur of the Year Award, and NASCOM Young Entrepreneur Award was given to him. So under Nikhil's guidance, Zolostace has emerged as a premium co-living provider in India. The company has secured over $98 million in funding. And if I'm not mistaken, D series is where you have reached in funding. Yeah, D is over, actually. So, and prominent investors like Nexus Ventures Partners, Mirai Asset, Investment Corp, Trifecta Capital Advisors, among others. Presently, Zolostace operates over 15 cities in India with ambitious plans for future expansion and addition. Our third panelist is Savio D'Souza. He's a founder of Fifth Dimension and Banquet 18. He has vast experience of having worked overseas in MENA region, Middle East, India, and Africa. He scaled up Banquet 18 in a very big way to serve a large customer base in serving in food and service industry. So I welcome all of you for to this panel and hopefully. As the first question, students, I'll ask Mr. Nikhil. So first thing I wanted to ask was, how important is founders' education background for funding in a company? As a medical doctor, setting up a property solutions startup, how difficult it was for you to convince investors that you'd handle a different industry from your education one?
First of all, thanks a lot for having me here. And it's so good to see so many students thinking about entrepreneurship, thinking about business plan. Really excited to be here. Thanks a lot for having me here. Then coming to the question, how important, so I'll split the questions into three parts. Part one, how important is your education? When it comes to content, not really. So, I mean, you guys are still studying, so don't assume that it's worthless. So when it comes to content, when I say not really, nobody can teach you building a business in a college or a school. It's not designed for that purpose. So you have to learn it when you get to the real world and when you sort of face the real challenges. But does education serve as a big proxy? Does your CGPA matter? Yes. I'll quote a line from one investor and one McKinsey partner who I had spoken to. I used to be very much against CGPA. I was that rebel who would fight with the dean. Why do you need CGPA? Why CGPA? CGPA is nonsense, because I wasn't that smart. So the answer that they gave was actually quite satisfying. And since after that, I stopped fighting about CGPA. So the answer was that, look, CGPA does not reflect your success guarantee in future, or CGPA does not say that you know what it needs to be done in future. But what it certainly tells is that you have what it takes to go through the grind. Because to get a good CGPA, you have to really do a lot of ugly projects. Lot of projects where you would like to kill yourself. Why would I do this in my life here? But it sort of shows that to get to a goal, you were committed enough to go through very tough times. So in that sense, your education or your CGPA or your institute works as a proxy. So if you look at various high-end colleges, people getting funding, it's not that people want that college. It is a proxy to the fact that you were willing to put in a lot of effort, what it takes to get that rank or to get that CGPA. So you're like, let's say if you're a BCom, or in my case, I was a doctor. Uh, so it's not that doctor has anything to do with business, but the fact that I went to AIMS and at one point I was rank 4 in the country, that's a proxy to the fact that I can study or I can work hard. That I can work hard, I have done it in the past, and I might do it in future. That's the bet people are taking. That I might not do it in the future. Who knows? That I might decide, okay, past is enough. Now I'm gonna sleep. But still, as a proxy, it works that you have the courage and the capability to put in that hard work. So education is as important as proxy, and I will leave this at what one Stanford dean said, that look at my B school students. They work so hard in the hope of getting a good job. Imagine if you give them one. So that was his pitch to employers. So prima facie, your education is a proxy. And for me, was doctor a difficulty to convince anyone? Not really, because as I said, people are not getting into the exact content of education. They are more concerned about, in your education, have you shown some spikes or have you shown some achievements, which gives us comfort as an investor, because it's real money. It's like money is green. It's real money. You can buy things with that money. So with that real money, you will not just destroy it.
Yeah.
We will work hard to make it work. So that's
basically hard work.
Proxy, yeah.
So looking for hard work after you get funding. Yeah, thank you. So I shall ask Savyu next question. So many times it happens that startup do something and later on realize that it is a mistake, or they should have done something else different. So what are the some factor ventures need to get it right from inception, and or ghosts that can come and haunt you later? see you've done something wrong, and that cannot be, changed around or pivoted around, etc. So what are those ghosts which they should avoid?
Hello. Uh, Firstly, thank you, Shubha, and thank you everyone for having me over here. I think I'm going to get so whilst Dr. Nikhil spoke about the education part of it, I'll bring in a little bit of startup philosophy or gyan as some of you might call it. Um, I think startups are a metaphor for life, right? In a way. Uh, and why do I say this? I think a lot of people, a lot of entrepreneurs, whether it's a bootstrap startup or whether it's a funded startup, underestimate the importance of what their present actions might lead to in the future. So if I have to summarize this in one quote, do something today of what your future self will be proud of. And when I say will be proud of, coming to the question of what CA Shubha put together is, what would you do if no one was watching, right? And everyone talks about startups being dog eat dog. It's a brutal world out there, but I think from a long, long time, if you want to succeed in the long run and if you want to be structured, make sure that you're doing the right things. And what are those right things? Just the things that are right. Make sure that you have a very strong compliance department. Make sure that your books are, even though as small as you may be, make sure that you're doing everything right that a business needs to do right. That could be in terms of making sure that your compliances are right, you're filing your taxes on time, you're treating your employees right. Because what does a startup have, right? At the start, your startup only has your reputation. And what you're trying to do is scale your reputation up. You're trying to scale your reputation up in terms of your customers, employees, in the eyes of potential investors. I'm not saying that the investors won't look at hard metrics. They will look at hard metrics. Your customers will look at hard metrics. But what they'll also look at is when all the things were equal, what were the choices that you made? So get your compliances right for sure. Make sure you're talking to the customers from day one, right? Very often, that's the second point. Very often, people build a mountain or build a fortress or build a citadel or build a monument only to realize that they put their foundation wrong, right? You can't basically have a tilted foundation and then after 2 or 5 years said, you know what, the entire building came up tilted. So how you look at your customers, how are you talking to them, your employees, and how you deal with the authorities. Integrity is a very, very big part. So I think these are ghosts that come to haunt you at some point of time if you don't do them right from day one.
Thank you, Setu, for telling that students about this. I'll ask Tony the next question. Tony, your startup Sugar Strings AI is at the cutting edge of DNA sequencing, genomics, etc. So was it difficult to convince the investors that, to invest in something which is not prevalent now? And how did you do market research for something? I'm sure the data for all that would have been difficult. So because many of our startups are in cutting edge. So
Yeah. So one advantage that I got was that SugarString.ai was built on a foundation of my previous company that was into genomics research. So we were able to establish a credibility for ourselves by doing that and building a business around that. That's number one. And number two was that we were able to run a profitable business in the past, and then we generated enough cash, and we invested that into building the core technology, and we also validated in a at a MVP stage before even we went to the investors to raise money. So, doing that groundwork sort of helped us in giving the trust to the investors that these guys can do something. So that was one of the advantages that we had. And second, it was really difficult for us to do a market research, and because in the initial investor meetings, always they asked for what is your TAM, which is your total available market. And it was difficult for us to really put a number to it because you can count the number of heads which are in the room, but then still, how do you exactly know that how many of them would really subscribe to your product or service is very difficult to do. So then again, we were looking at proxies to establish that. So one of them was that what is the number of people who are affected with some of these diseases that we are addressing? So that was one of the proxies. Number two was that out of that, how many of them would come to a category who probably can buy or subscribe to that survey? So these were some of the matrices that we put together to give a pitch to the investor to show that this is something which people could take. And then, like I mentioned, that MVP stage when we built, we went to the real customers and tried to sell it, and see what are the feedbacks that we're getting.
Students would have benefited from that. So I'll ask Nikhil the next question. Like I mentioned earlier, Zolo has raised D series, which you said you're gone beyond that. So what do investors look at when they look at your business plan? Is it management team, scalability, profitability? Which is the first thing that is required in a business plan to convince investors to invest in your company?
So at different stages of the company, the things that any investor will look at will drastically change. Uh, when we talk about the stage where most of the students here are, that's a business plan level, fairly early stage. In that case, actually, before going deeper, I'll just draw a high level quick summary of different stages. At seed stage or the first round angel, it's basically the idea which the team in the market. Idea can be basically product market fit. Then as you go towards series A, some sort of clarity of product market fit, that it is already there, and traction. By series B, it's generally hard numbers, your revenue growth, your margins. Generally by then profit wouldn't have arrived, but your contributions would have started becoming good. Your unit level would have gotten solid by then. By series C, these days, I mean, the profitability is a buzzword. So by series B, series A, profitability has become common. I'm talking 4 or 5 years back. And 4 years later, also, again, people will forget this. So we'll be back to profitability at series C. So by series C, for sure, we need a profitability sort of a proof that I'm somewhere close to profitability if I'm not profitable. D onwards, you are almost in a pre-IPO phase. Then you have to be profitable, predictable. Like we are currently at pre-IPO, so now if we miss our quarterly goals, our investors get emotional that you predicted X, but it is Y. Uh, I'm like, dude, I'm not God. I can't predict everything, and we are also learning how to predict. So pre-IPO, you start becoming more predictability. You have to publish your AOP, and you have to bang hit that AOP. So all that. So as you sort of go from a journey from seed to IPO, post IPO, obviously the markets will butcher you if you don't get your guidance values right.
Something like Zomato.
Yeah, Zomato, when it gives a positive surprise, then also it gets hit. When it gives a negative surprise, then also it gets hit. Because markets don't like surprises in public market, because it's public's hard-earned money and nobody wants to put on a volatile stock, because that volatility sort of can go either ways, both sides. So that's like a high-level summary, but where most of the students are, they are seed stage. So for seed stage, the most important thing is market. What is the size of market? Because generally, if the market isn't very large, it's very hard to build a large business, because no matter what you do, it's hard to acquire 70%, 60%, 80% market shares. And even if you do, you get too prone to the macro or industry shocks. So nobody wants a 70, 80% market share business to be viable. So market size to be large, so that at 2 to 3%, you still have a fundamentally large enough business to sort of go list. Number two is a smart team. The team has to be smart. Like I'm connecting my previous response. You have to have proxies of success somewhere. Like if you've not had any proxy of success, it's hard for people to bet money. So either you have proxy of success in past, or you will build it in your startup. Either the two options. A lot of kids get disheartened that we don't get the funding. Funding is given to XYZ college people and XYZ pedigree people, etc. It's nothing to do with pedigree or college. It's just that people are trying to cover their odds. So when the odds are odds can only be improved by some proof point in the past. So second is team smartness, and third, fundamentally, what's your edge, or how are you thinking about cracking this particular problem statement? How relevant that problem statement is, and with all that in place, I think seed round can happen. And if you don't have strong academic credentials or other business, or if you have work ex in work, you should have done very well. I have friends who were not academically very smart, but in work they did really well with Zomato, Flipkart, not Zomato really, Flipkart, Mintra, and they've gone on to build amazing businesses. So at some place there has to be some spark that someone can say that this person can do something good. and then idea and the market combined is how your seed round happens. It generally doesn't happen at profitability, or generally doesn't happen at these things unless you have nothing in the past. Then you'll have to prove profitability in the first round itself, so that you can prove that I can do this business.
In the management team, is it important with the?
It's obviously preferred. I wouldn't say that diversity is not appreciated or it's not preferred, but it's not a necessary condition. Like, even if you're three typical Indian IT males, you can still survive in the world beautifully. It doesn't, and no one is gonna hold it against you. But if you have diversity, like our founding team was quite diverse. One of our co-founder is a woman. One of the co-founder is a tech guy. I was a doctor, so I add the diversity quotient as well. Diversity is not bad.
Yeah.
It's obviously appreciated, but it's not that without this there is you don't have a shot, or it's a very very big factor. It's obviously appreciated. It's better than not having it, but not a necessary condition.
So I'll ask Savio the next question. Yeah. Should all startups raise funding? No, we'll take audience questions. We'll take. Yeah, we'll ask. Yes. Savio, should all startups raise funding? Can we do bootstrap? Is that okay? Or how important is raising funding, outside funding?
I think that's a very pertinent question, given the audience, and I'll dovetail into part of Dr. Nikhil's response as well. The summary answer is no. I mean, not all startups need funding, not all ventures need funding, right? I think Nikhil very beautifully layered up when you're ready for funding, what you are, at what stage are you ready for funding. Of course, fundings also are of various types, right? There is a venture capital funding, there's a private equity funding, and at the stage at which all of you are, it could usually also be a friends and family round. I think to limit this question, I'll answer with respect to institutional funding, which is usually VC/structured investment funding, right? Which all of you are aiming for. Uh, at what stage and is it needed? I would say I think there's a good piece of advice that I received when I was on my entrepreneurial journey, and I have ran a bootstrap company and scaled it. I think the most important thing is when you're raising funding is to ask yourself why and in what shape will I use the funding, right? A lot of times people are chasing funding. It could be seed, it could be Series A, Series B, Series C, whichever series. Uh, I think, of course, not. I think by the time you reach Series A or B, you would have at least some semblance of idea of what you would do with the money. I think the first thing is to ask yourself is what would I use the money for? And if the answer to that money is not scaling or not, changing something in your business. When I say changing, it doesn't mean to change the business model, but what are you going to do with that money? Are you going to increase revenue? Are you going to increase users? What are you fundamentally going to deploy that money on? If you have a clear answer of that, then by all means go for institutional funding. Go for funding. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Uh, Institutional funding, incidentally, is only when, and especially VC funding, is only when you can show a significant multiple of growth at any stage, whether you're seed, Series A, Series B, and all of that. There are a lot of businesses. I think Zerodha is a classic example, and I'm sure a lot of people follow Zerodha who ran the business bootstrapped. But when and how do you go for that funding, and what's the right time? It would, in my opinion, depend on the following factors. One is, like Nikhil said, do you find a significant ability to use capital to disrupt the market? Is capital going to be a significant advantage? That could be in terms of technology, that could be in terms of speed to market, that could be in terms of differentiation. If you're going to use, especially in today's age, given my background in D2C, if you're going to use that money only to outbeat the competition in uh, deploying it in cost of acquisition without any idea of how that is going to play in the future, don't do it. Right? There are more structured and sustainable ways to do that. And also, if you're in a traditional business, you might want to think there's nothing wrong in running a traditional business without burning more and more capital. So the answer is do raise capital only if you have an idea of what you're going to do with it and why is it going to give you a significant advantage towards it.
I'll take an audience question for Tony. Anybody wants to ask a question? Please. I think there are some questions online. Yeah, there's a lady here who wants to ask a question.
Good afternoon,
Stand up, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, my question for you is you clearly have a radar for what's next, like a investor's sixth sense. So, what's one unconventional space you believe is ripe for disruption and nobody's talking about it yet, apart from the AI? Thank you.
This question is to
All
anybody.
three.
Anybody. So, Tony, you please yeah, take it up. Yeah, can you repeat the question, please?
So, what, according to you, is a space which is ready for disruption, which is not yet founded by other people apart from the AI?
Not on or something?
Sorry. So let me answer that question in the context of what I do in healthcare. So right now, if you really look at the world, there is so much of information available around the biology of how our body works and how one could treat various diseases, etc. But then it's just scattered across the ocean of internet. So if I had an ability to somehow use AI to bring that whole information into a doctor's fingertips, wherein based on the diagnosis, based on the values that you get from your blood reports, etc., if there is a tech that can help the doctor to uh, literally, personalize a treatment for that patient with all this information, just without really trusting only his professional experience, that would be some field I believe there is some uh, opportunity. Yeah, that's something which I can think of.
Apart from AI, if you could.
Yeah.
So there is no field in the world which is not explored.
Explore, yeah.
So you think of an idea, you research enough, you will find 20 people are doing it. If there is an idea no one's doing, really, please be worried about it. That generally, if no one's doing something, there is a reason, and the reason it is doesn't work. So take any idea in the world, someone's doing it. Like a lot of people are doing it. So the only point is who will out execute. Ideas are worth dimes and dozen. Thoughts or strategies are worth dime and dozens. Execution needs strategy for breakfast. So in the end, it boils down to who can out execute others. Entrepreneurship is not a game of fancy ideas. If like you just do Google search, or go to ChatGPT and say, "Give me 10 ideas," and ChatGPT will throw you 50 ideas. Ideas are not a problem. Ideas are, I mean, they're really worth pennies. The problem or the challenge is execution, discipline, building a team. Like Savio said, rewarding a team right, treating the people right, customers, thinking about doctor like he's thinking. So it's the execution which really matters. Ideas are worth nothing. I'm really sorry to break this if someone's thinking that idea has some big merit or I have a unique idea. Like one or two people have come to me and said, I have a unique idea, I can't tell you. I'm like, no, please don't. Please don't, because you will unnecessarily feel guilty because your idea is going to fail. You will unnecessarily feel guilty that you told me and it failed. Because if somebody cherishes the idea so much, which automatically tells you that they don't value execution that much. The game of startups or game of building an organization is really about rubber meets the road, which is execution. Yes, you can choose your market right. Like I said, a large market is a great place to build businesses. For example, healthcare in India, in US, great market. We are in hospitality, fairly large market. So there are different markets which are large, which you can choose from. But ideas are worth nothing, and I think this answer, ChatGPT will give 10x better than any of us can. Give me 20 great ideas, it will give you 20 great ideas.
Savio, would you like to?
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I'll just add to what Nikhil has to say. Today, everything is democratized, right? Technology is democratized. I can build a website in 10 minutes. Probably I can write content in 10 minutes, and I'm do anything in 10 minutes, right? Distribution is democratized. Logistics is democratized. I would just lay this down to 2 points, right? If you want to succeed, so one interesting area, and again, that requires technology, in my opinion, which could be of the future, is human AI interaction. I think AI is playing its own role. Humans have played their own role, but that requires technology expertise, which comes to my second point. if you want to succeed, like Nikhil said, and all of us believe, execution is key. And how do you execute is not execute on your own. Learn to collaborate. I think the ideas are out there. To build great execution, you've got to get a great team, a great set of mentors, and be really fast in collaborating and getting ideas to market and getting them well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I think we'll go on to the next question. On online students, if you have questions, please put on the chat.
Hello, sir. Sir, we have built an app and now we need money for customer acquisition. So for the initial funding, how do we decide how much equity I can dilute for what amount of money? And on what factors will it depend? Like on the amount of users we have, or how do we decide how much money to take for how much equity?
So in the beginning, it's really not your business metrics which decide your valuation. It's generally the team credibility and the size of market and the product market fit which decides the valuation. So if you if you're saying I need money for customer acquisition, I hope few of the customers are already there. If nothing is there, then you'll have to get the first few customers on your own without funding, because somebody would expect few customers, 1 2 3, depending on if it's a B2C, obviously not 2 3. If it's a B2B, then 1 2 is enough. In B2C you need some hundreds, and B2B 1 2 will be enough. So what are your customers saying? How do they feel about your product? Have you been really able to solve the problem that you started up with, that you eventually started that, okay, I'm solving this problem? Is it really getting solved? A lot of times we don't really solve the problem or the total problem, we solve some part of the problem. So basis these factors, you will fundamentally have a clarity of getting a funding or not funding. With funding, like Savio said, if you've gotten your product market fit at some level, I mean at MVP level you don't have a full product market fit because that has multiple dimensions, but at least you're solving some problem and you need money to acquire customers, you will go out in the market. And valuation is a function of pricing, not a metric. So there's a difference between pricing and valuation. Value is what is intrinsic to the business, pricing is what the world is willing to pay for. So more often than not, there is pricing of the business, not valuation of the business. So it will depend on demand supply. So if you go out, there are 4 people bidding, obviously your valuation slash pricing will go high. If no one's bidding, unfortunately you got to take whatever the first offer you get, and whatever rate you get. So there is not too much of science here. It's like any free market demand supply equation. You are the seller, there are investors who are the buyers. Look, you have the supply, they are the demanding parties. And if you have a great product, a good product market fit, good market, solid team which has creds, then you will have more term sheets, people will fight over it. If you get one lone term sheet, you take what you get. That's what it is.
We are new entrepreneurs. We came up with new type of marketing and advertising startup. How can we secure clients with trust? I think you are the because I think this is a stealth startup. That's why he's asking that question.
Everybody needs some metrics for trust. And what I was saying is that in the initial stages, it could be you who will have to work for, building that, earning that trust for that individual from that customer, and then deliver that, and then, start building that. So again, that's what I've been doing, because my first startup was a B2B. So we used to do these sales calls ourselves, go meet them, talk to them, understand their problem, give those ideas how to solve it, and then showing that personal brand, we were able to build that first few customers, and then from there other customers were built.
Basically, your own trust.
Yeah, so that's the thing I can think of, because how do we first otherwise build that first customer? So you have to put things out there too.
I think one question is from Shravan. Yes.
Check. This question is to Nikhil. Imagine there are two teams who come in front of you. One of them who have achieved the product market fit, but the team is not so enthusiastic. but they have found a solution to a problem that is there in the market. There's another team which is at a very nascent stage, but a very enthusiastic team. They make a perfect, if it is two co-founders or three co-founders, they'll make a perfect choice for any kind of business to run. So given these two teams, who do you prefer? How do you judge who will be more successful? Right.
A very beautiful question. Uh, any day, a team which works better. So till the, I think that is not going to end. This answer is not going to change even post IPO, 20 years down the line, 50 years down the line. In the end, what is an organization or a company? It is an abstract entity. It doesn't have its own life, or it's just an abstract concept that there's a pan tan thing we have attached to some abstract thing. It is not even, there's nothing real about it. The only thing real about is the people who run it. So team any day, always, forever. Uh, because if the team is good, they will pull through through toughest of the times as well. If the team aligns well, like we've gone through in last 10 years cycles of having a good team, average team, bad team, because people leave. So sometimes you replace. And I think personally, through my own personal experience, I can say when we start clicking well, right, we've been able to pull off miracles that we are not able to appreciate. Like we had certain issues with the team few years back, then we fixed it. So in last 1.5 years since our team has reset, we've changed our profitability by 100 crores a year. So we are in minus 40, 45 last to last year, minus 50 crores or so. We are in plus 50 probably this year. So in 1.5 years. So a team which works well can do anything. So although I still have skepticism on whether this good team has a good market and good approach to the market. But if these are my only two choices and there is no third, assuming it's a Mickey Mouse experiment or a model, then I will choose team any day. There is just no second thought about anything else.
Any other questions from the audience? There's a question online. What should be the mindset of the first-time entrepreneur when pitching his product to investors? Mindset. They're asking about the mindset when pitching. Any of you can answer? Yeah.
The mindset of an entrepreneur, when pitching to a first time and pitching to an investor, I don't think, look, I think a lot of people are seasoned, but when you're asking money, whether it's the first time or the end time, I think we all have butterflies in our stomach, right? Why? Because you're looking for validation. A lot of you guys will be pitching in the near future, right? As part of this Manthan program. I think the mindset has to always be one that you're sure of what you're asking and where you're asking, why you're asking it, right? And why is that? Because investors look at a lot of pitches every day. Uh, they definitely know that you don't know all the answers, right? They definitely know that you don't know all the answers. It is expected to not know all the answers, because if you knew all the answers, I think uh, it would play out very differently. But I'll tell you one thing. A very seasoned VC once told me when we were starting up about 10 years back and we were thinking of raising funding. We didn't raise, by the way. And they said, Sabio, I know that no one can know everything, but what I want to know is when you come to that room, have you researched enough? Do you know enough of your market? Do you know enough of your customers to give me one aha moment? One aha moment, right? Uh, and investors read a lot. They have teams which look at multiple industries. So definitely go well prepared. Go as much as you would go well prepared for anything in life. Put in the efforts, talk to your customers. Don't go only for secondary market research. A lot of people make the mistake of going to a lot of documents across the internet. Everyone has them. But can you give that one consumer insight? Can you give that one thing, that one knowledge, nugget that makes that investor believe in you? So go with confidence and go with competence, I think is the mindset you need to go.
I think that's the questions we have. So I thank you, Tony, Nikhil, and Savio for coming here and sharing your knowledge with students. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hi, students. Before we proceed ahead, we have few announcements to make. So nobody leaves the premises before the national anthem is sung. Second thing is the lunch for the student is arranged in fourth floor, and we request please follow the queue system. And the QR code will be displayed, and we request everyone to give your feedback. Now I request Ms. Tejashri to please felicitate our panelist.
I request Raj Purohit sir to kindly join me on stage, our managing committee member.
I request for the QR code to be displayed.
A big round of applause to Madam CA Shubha for moderating today's session. Thank you, Shubha. That was lovely. Thank you. Thank you to all my dear students for being such a patient and wonderful listeners. And I hope you're going to put all of this knowledge in the upcoming business plan pitch.
Now I request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem, please.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात शुभ में जागे शुभ आशीष मांगे जय राधा जय जय